Well, I might open this session. I declare open this second hearing of the Senate Environment and Communications References Committee inquiry into algae blooms in South Australia. We are here in Port Lincoln today, and I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land in which we meet and pay our respects to elders past and present. On behalf of the committee, I welcome everybody here today. I'm the Chair, Senator Sarah Hanson-Young, and I'm joined by the Deputy Chair, Senators Grogan, Senators Gosh, Cadell, Walker and Blythe, and McLaughlin. This is a public hearing and a Hansard transcript of the proceedings is being made. The hearing is also being broadcast by the Australian Parliament House website. Before the committee starts taking evidence, I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and any such action may be treated by the Senate as contempt. It is also contempt to give false or misleading evidence to this committee. The committee generally prefers evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses do have the right to be heard in private session. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground upon which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether we insist on an answer, having regard to the ground on which the claim is made. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that answer be given in camera. Such a request may, of course, be made at any other time. I remind senators of our obligations under the Behaviour Code of Australian Parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I also ask witnesses to remain behind for a few moments after you've given evidence, just to, in case the Secretariat need to clarify anything or get any details in relation to terms or references. I remind everybody in the public gallery here, thank you for coming. If you could please put your phones on silent. Answers to questions on notice given throughout today's hearing will be due on Friday, the 26th of September. I now welcome representatives and mayors from the City of Port Lincoln and the Eyre Peninsula Local Government Association. Could I please get each of you to state your full names of the capacities in which you appear, and then I'll hand over for some opening statements.
My name is Diana Mislov and I am the Mayor of the City of Port Lincoln.
My name is David Levy. I'm the Acting CEO for the City of Port Lincoln.
And my name is Jeff Church. I'm the Mayor of the District Council of Tumby Bay.
Thank you. Could I just ask, Hansard, I think, are we having some problems up the back hearing? Is that... Okay, we might just... Is there anything we can do with that? Okay. We're going to try our best, but the main thing... Good. I'm getting some thumbs up back there. That's wonderful. The main thing is we capture this on Hansard, so we just got to be conscious that our Hansard staff have their headphones in and are capturing everything perfectly. Now, I'm going to hand over to the Mayor of Port Lincoln to kick off, and then we'll go through the rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Just through the Chair, I note that the opening statement was 1 minute, and I did ask perhaps for permission to go over that 1 minute.
That's fine. I'm sure, as long as if you start drifting too far, we'll bring you back. But no, you say what you need to say, and then we'll go to questions.
Thank you. So good morning and a very warm welcome to you all visiting our beautiful Port Lincoln. I acknowledge our Bungala people, the traditional custodians of the land we meet on, and today, in particular, I acknowledge their deep connection to sea. The Bungala word for Port Lincoln is Galanyalla, and it translates to place of sweet water, which is notable in the context of the discussions today regarding the inquiry into the presence of algal blooms in South Australia. The Eyre Peninsula has had a long history of identification of water security issues and the need for an independent water source, following claims of over-extraction from the Yulee Basin. The basin feeds water to southern Eyre Peninsula, and it is shandied with water from the River Murray in rural Eyre Peninsula to pipe further west towards Streaky Bay and Ceduna. Port Lincoln is known as the seafood capital of Australia, and I'm really glad some of you had some seafood last night. And I'm personally delighted that the Reference Committee is here in person to hear from us and others in connection with the algal bloom and the impacts to our industries. As requested, we have provided some additional documents separately for your reference. One of the documents includes the paper presented to the federal ministers and parliamentarians, including the Prime Minister, as part of a mayoral delegation to Canberra recently on Thursday the 28th of August. The delegation was made up of 14 members, including mayors, scientists and South Australian tourism industry representation. The delegation was convened at the instigation of Mayor Amanda Wilson from the City of Holdfast Bay, and it served in a timely way to reinforce issues and a common consolidated effort to effect change at a national level. The delegation was supported by Deputy Premier Susan Close, the Minister for the Environment and Water. The City of Port Lincoln approved the Mayor's attendance at the delegation on the basis of 3 objectives. The first one was to advocate for the establishment of a national legislative and policy framework recognising the large-scale marine mortality events as eligible for a coordinated national response. The second was to advocate to secure funding for the development and delivery of a community wellbeing and resilience framework to support social and mental health outcomes in communities affected by the harmful algal bloom and other large-scale marine mortality events. And the third was to advocate to secure sustained state and Commonwealth investment in permanent coastal and marine biological and ecological monitoring and baseline data collection, covering the Great Southern Reef and, importantly for Port Lincoln and the Spencer Gulf, other key habitats. As part of the state government rollout of community forums on the harmful algal bloom, I was able to be part of a roundtable together with our CEO to hear and contribute to discussions regarding fishing, recreational and commercial, aquaculture, tourism and other concerns. Port Lincoln is pleased with the language being used of marine mortality events and/or significant ecological event, as this terminology, rather than catastrophe, disaster or emergency, is less likely to deter our international export markets and domestic fish markets. Included in the material we have presented is a statement from the Seafood Industry South Australia, and I quote, "South Australia's fisheries and aquaculture contribute an estimated $788 million in gross state product and directly employs more than 6,250 South Australians. In scale, Port Lincoln seafood industry is of an employment scale similar to Whyalla Steelworks, and the hub extends beyond Port Lincoln. Our main issues are centred around 3 main economic pillars: agriculture, aquaculture and fishing, and tourism. We believe agriculture has a role to play in this inquiry to the extent that part of the reasoning given for the algal bloom has been the added nutrient load to warming seawaters following flooding events. We wonder as to the extent of the nutrient load and what can be done to mitigate this alarming component of the circumstances attributed to the algal bloom. What measurements, monitoring and modelling is planned or happening for nutrients added to the waters? We hear from Recfish that there are plans to reopen Todd Reservoir for recreational fishing. This is the same reservoir that was not able to be opened for desalination purposes because we were advised it had been contaminated with agricultural chemical runoff and also Wangari bushfire ash. How then is this reservoir now deemed suitable for fishing? Our aquaculture and fishing revenue, while seemingly sustainable at present, will show impacts in the coming spring, summer and ongoing seasons. We wonder as to the long-term impacts of the bloom in our waters. At present, we're not observing very many fish washing up on our beaches, and this is likely because they are laying, sadly, deceased in deeper waters. Anecdotal reports indicate there are no sardines in our waters, and we wonder what that will mean to our tuna ranching and export markets, and what solutions will be needed to be sourced for the future. We wonder what the Spencer Gulf will look like in the coming months for our prawn season, and what mitigation measures are being taken to protect livelihoods and markets from trawling dead fish amongst devastated nursery areas. We hear about Yamba quantifying their losses at $5 million to date, with ongoing impacts to come. Yamba have recently acquired Clean Seas kingfish operations and have also acquired what used to be Kunkawuka mussel operations here in Port Lincoln. We fear job losses, as already demonstrated through the short closure of mussel operations and farther afield with oyster closures at Franklin Harbour. Our tourism has been impacted by a loss in revenue for accommodation and tours, and also in fish stock for those recreational fishers seeking a feed of squid or to see a shark at our premier adventure tourism activity. Shark sightings this autumn are less than half the number of the 2024 season. Marine scale fishermen have given anecdotal evidence at the community forum of travelling up to 600 kilometres to catch fish, once prevalent in our bays. Some fishermen have been unable to qualify for grant relief as they travel to fish or sell frozen stock on hand, and we don't know what impact that will have on their future income earning capacity as the seasons change. Our city has taken actions to date which have been tabled separately as best we can with the current circumstances, noting there is little we can do as a community other than to support each other as best we can mentally and offer supports and connections or directions where possible to access funding or state federal government sponsored initiatives, for example the tourism vouchers and the grants that are available through the state government. Port Lincoln was once home to a fantastic facility built through public donations for a marine science centre. The centre was handed to Flinders University for their management and control and has subsequently become under the occupation of various government departments and has lost its identity as an initial marine science centre worthy of national recognition. Could a partnership exist between state and federal government to reinstate this asset and bring both education on marine science and the collection and monitoring of data back to the regions in our seafood capital? We have many questions in connection with the proposed current build of the desalination plant, and although our council recognises water security as vital for the Eyre Peninsula, this should not come at a cost to Port Lincoln's thriving fishing and tourism industry and both direct and indirect employment. Permanent monitoring is required of the sites around the desalination plant inlet and outlets and further afield to rule out any correlation to potential future algal bloom appearance in our shallow bays. Professor Mike Steer at the Community Forum acknowledged that the Port Standac desalination plant recorded an uptick in algal bloom when he was questioned. Port Lincoln cannot afford any uptick or impacts to our fisheries, livelihoods or lifestyle from increased salinity levels or from algal bloom. I acknowledge the council team with me today, Acting CEO David Levy, the Manager for Economic Development and Tourism, Naomi Blacker, and Acting General Manager for Environment, Theo Theodosio, and the many residents who have contributed multiple pieces of evidence regarding desalination reports, fishing anecdotes, tourism statistics, and their representation on various state and Commonwealth boards and committees, or in other ways, all whom have the best interests and share a deep commitment to the well-being of South Australia and Port Lincoln during this ecological event. If there is one final takeaway from today's inquiry, we hope it can be solutions. We stand ready to work with state and federal governments and thank them for their incentives and actions to date, and trust that this inquiry will include all possible solutions and mitigation measures and a national framework for algal bloom and other significant ecological events well into the future. We thank you for listening, and together with our team, we welcome any questions on this opening statement, our submission or any of the materials separately provided.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Churchett, have you got an opening statement you'd like to give?
Yes, I have.
Yes, and then we'll go to some questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present today on behalf of the Eyre Peninsula's 11 councils and communities that we represent. My name is Jeff Churchett and I'm the Mayor of the District Council of Tumby Bay, and a member of the Eyre Peninsula Local Government Association Board, which represents the region's 11 councils. Our region includes 2,000 kilometres, or around 50% of South Australia's coastline. Most of this has not been affected by the bloom, but certain parts have, and in particular the southern and eastern coastline. In these areas, fishing and agricultural businesses have been temporarily shut down, and tourism operators have suffered both immediate and long-term cancellations. It is important to stress that many parts of the Eyre Peninsula are open for business, but there's a certain group that will suffer future losses due to the public perceptions of the bloom and its impacts. The EPLGA welcomes the public awareness campaign funded through the joint federal-state support package, which will promote coastal tourism and our seafood industry. We want to see these campaigns run over an extended period and to help ensure the sustainability of these vital contributors to our local economy. In addition to the immediate challenges, there is significant concern about the long-term impacts on our region. As temperatures rise, it is likely that there will be an increase of experiences of similar marine events, and we need to ensure that we have the right framework in place for the future. This includes investment in monitoring and early warning, funding for impacted councils and industries, and coordinated science-based public messaging. The region has 50% of South Australia's coastline and 25% of its total land area, and is home to approximately 58,900 residents. The Eyre Peninsula is also one of South Australia's most productive regions, generating more than $4 billion in gross regional product annually. The region is highly export-orientated and benefits from the established agriculture, commercial fishing and agricultural industries. It produces more than 80% of South Australia's seafood, including 97% of its oysters and 92% of its mussels. Tourism also is a significant industry, with the region recording 551,000 visitor day trips per year, which directly supports in excess of 2,000 jobs. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Eyre Peninsula Local Government Association, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I'll go to Senator Grogan first.
Thank you, Chair. One of the things that I've been hearing and talking to people, not necessarily in these open hearings, is the difference between the actual impact that the algae bloom is having and the impact of what people think it might be doing, or what the language being used. And I think, Mayor, Ms. Lovick, you referenced this in your opening statement. Where do we see the risks in the difference between the commentary and the actuality?
Okay, so direct impacts at the moment are the lack of sales of seafood, and I noticed on the agenda today that you have spokespeople here from various sectors of the fishing industry, so I'll leave all the details to them as they will be well versed in that. However, our seafood sales are down. That's both for people preparing their own food, so direct from market, places like the Fresh Fish Place and other suppliers around Port Lincoln, and also people purchasing at restaurant or cafes, that kind of consumption. But more importantly are our international export markets. So the language is particularly important in trying to sell our seafood overseas, which we do very well, but we don't want that brand, certainly from Port Lincoln as the seafood capital of Australia. Our reputation and our brand is so important to that those markets that are well established. We don't want that negativity attached to it that says that our seafood's at risk or is somehow a disaster or a crisis or something like that. Any negativity around that messaging, would hamper potentially any, markets and sales overseas, and for that matter, across the nation. So I think from anecdotal information that I've heard from various sources, perhaps the wider Australia is still eating all of our seafood, which is great, but it's it's the communique that's around South Australia in particular, because it's right in our backyards, that might mean that people are a little more wary about what they're eating. In our international markets, I'm not 100% sure, but we're all about brand protection and looking after our clean, green, beautiful seafood, pristine. You know, we've got certifications for all sorts of sustainability and other environmental benchmarks, I guess, or KPIs that we meet internationally, and we don't want that in any way jeopardised. Do understand the commentary also around funding and declarations of emergency and so on to access funding and to show the critical nature of this bloom. And at no time do I diminish that at all. It is a critical, occurrence, event, but at the same time we really want to protect our image. Does that answer your question?
It does. And I suppose the other aspect there is the significant and robust testing that's done on the seafood here.
That's exactly right, yes. So we have, quality assurance is the highest priority. So nothing would land on the market shelves that hasn't been thoroughly tested.
And Mayor Churchill, how do you feel that businesses and the community across the peninsula have responded to this disruption?
It's interesting because I was talking to the Mayor of Streaky Bay only last Friday, and he reported that over in that part of the coast they're catching plenty of fish, to the point where the buyers aren't buying the fish from the fishers. Garfish, there's tons of garfish and they can only sell it for $5 a kilo. Whiting being sold for $20 a kilo, which is just they won't make they can't sustain that.
And is that reduction in price based on people's anxiety?
I believe so, yes, and that's what they believe over there. And to be honest, it's minimal impact around these coastlines. There is a bit up the Gulf further, but most of it comes from seeing beaches in Adelaide on the Channel 7, Channel 9 news, where there's metres and metres of froth being washed up, and that impacts right across the state.
But we're not seeing that here.
Not to the extent in Adelaide. We're getting a little bit, I mean, a few feet maybe in different patches, but not the metres and metres of it like in Adelaide.
Okay. Yes.
May I just add to that we don't see it on our beaches, but we're feeling it in our bays. Their fish just aren't biting out there. They're not there. I've had stories where a fisherman has gone out, he fishes for squid. He hasn't seen squid since April in our bays. So what's happening are those fishermen are having to drive to the west coast, take their boats over there at 600 k's away or however far, and go fishing from those locations, which is impacting their maybe they're sustaining their revenue, but at a much reduced price, but it's costing them extra in fuel expenses and all the the travel time and everything. And they're competing now with the recreational fishing sector, who are also going to the west coast. So it's putting pressure on them trying to sell the marine scale fishers, trying to sell their product. It is being felt, but maybe not in the same way as it's being felt in other regions. Yeah.
And so in terms of, this is really to all of you, in terms of the community and in terms of business, what would you say would be the best ways to build that resilience to help us get through this situation?
I think, for me, I think the funding that's being rolled out in grants, I think that's great, but that's only, for example, for small business. Those grants of $10,000 are only available the criteria is for a 3-month period, showing returns of revenue that are at least 30% down from a similar period the year before. And the window is too small. So that window is only open until the end of November, I believe, which was extended from an earlier, shorter period. And I think that we won't see some of those impacts until a bit late, maybe this time next year even, because people are selling frozen stock, depending what kind of business you're in. If you're in that market kind of seafood business, you might be having frozen stock for sale now, but that's depleting the stocks that you might have used in the off season. So it's distorted revenue, and I think those impacts are going to be longer term. So one of the criteria would be to extend that grant period, and $10,000 really isn't enough. That's only maybe that's just nothing really when you think about the loss of revenue that these businesses might incur over that longer period of time. It's a difficult question to answer because I don't know what the answer is. How much is enough? How long's a piece of string? But it's not enough for some of these businesses to see out their livelihood. Yeah.
One other issue that's reported from over Streaky Bay, they're catching plenty of fish, as I said, so that excludes them from the criteria of getting the government grants. They're catching the fish, so they don't qualify, but they just can't sell it. So I think the criteria of those grants is going to be looked at as well for those people that impacted in different ways.
I will say that we heard this morning that the application of those grants, the advice is, even if you think you might not qualify, ring up and ask anyway, because they are sort of adjusting as they go to actually respond to the needs of those smaller businesses. So if you're in strife, make the call. Don't worry about the criteria. They'll talk you through it and see if there's a way of making it work.
But I also think what would be helpful going forward is if you do have businesses in your communities that do go through that process and still aren't qualifying, we would like to know, because I think as this adjustment happens, not all the holes will be plugged by the same people.
Yeah, so we need to understand what's missing out so we can
Exactly.
see what we can do in terms of the kind of support that's required.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I might go to this side and then we'll come back. Yes, Senator Cadell.
I might stay on the same topic for a little bit. That 30% drop in that number, it seems quite odd. In your report, you note that visitors are down 22% in tourism and spend is down 17%. So once again, that seems to be under that hurdle of 30%. Are you hearing anecdotally of those tourism businesses and the cafes? And been to a lovely cafe here. My staff made me go to Lance because I'll put it up there. They thought it was fantastic.
I don't think she's leaving with you.
Yeah, no. Are you hearing anecdotally those places are suffering at those sorts of levels around here as well with tourism?
So cafes, I don't know, and perhaps our tourism officer manager could speak to that. But accommodation bookings are down, and that could be a combination of things, cost of living pressures as well. It is winter time also, but if you compare it to the same time last year, there were also cost of living pressures then, and it's also winter then. So the only other variable that's come into the mix is the fishing and the algal bloom. So our tourism parks are only half. They've got probably 50% downturn, but overall, other ones might have a less of a downturn, and therefore the average is sort of evening out. I think each business would have a different impact. The wreck fishing, when we have tackle world shops and tackle places like that, they're all suffering. They can't, sell their rods and reels and things like that. So. And they're using quite innovative ideas to boost their sales, and I think it's made people come out of the box and try different things. But it's difficult to maintain.
Okay. When you
Sorry.
Yep.
It's probably a bad day to be saying it, but the whole of the Eyre Peninsula is now just showing signs of coming out of a drought.
Yep.
Which is just another kick that the local communities are having on top of the drought is this algal bloom issue. Yeah. So it's just, as I said, another kick for the rural areas.
As one of the few non-locals on this very South Australian focused panel, not knowing a lot from a geographical situation, I come from the Hunter Valley in New South Wales. When you talk about that reputational thing, the Gulf of St Vincent versus Spencer Gulf are very different effects of this bloom. Do you think it's been delineated enough? So here we are in Gulf of Spencer Gulf. I'm hearing of fishers moving their boats from Gulf of St Vincent here, leasing quota. That things are still sold, good, working here better. The bloom hasn't hit here in the sort of things. Is there enough delineation to inform the uninformed, stupid people from the Hunter like me that there is a difference?
Well, probably could be more work done in that space, but from a personal brand perspective,
Yep.
I don't mind that it doesn't mention Spencer Gulf.
Yep.
But
we hear Adelaide and we don't know. We think, oh, that area.
Yeah.
Yep.
I hear you. And, the Spencer Gulf is at real risk. The state government have in their funding created a bubble curtain for the precious cuttlefish nursery that's happening right now, I believe. We hear anecdotally that the bloom is moving, I heard only at the EPLGA that it's moving a kilometre a day. So I don't know what that's based on, but there is a presence here, and there has been quite a focus, I guess, on that southeast, and I guess time will tell how it expands into the Spencer Gulf, at what rate, and
How far up the Gulf is it understood to be at the moment?
It's up as far as Whyalla, and Whyalla in particular is very worried about their cuttlefish, and it's their breeding season at the moment. They've just put in a bubble system that they can turn on and off to try and move the bloom away from their cuttlefish area, breeding area. So that's untrialled before, so they don't know whether that's going to work or not. So they're trying everything they can to keep it.
so yeah.
Successful in parts of WA for certain activity, but it's every bit of the ocean is a little bit different. Yeah.
And you've got to try, don't you? You can't
Absolutely.
not try.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And our prawn fishery is in the Spencer Gulf, and up further, so that will be at risk as well. Yeah.
One of the things that is coming through is, you mentioned, Mayor Mislow, this about the monitoring. There wasn't enough monitoring. If we talk about the Great Southern Reef and what's becoming apparent to me, if you go to the Great Barrier Reef, there's tons of monitoring, tons of looking. There isn't that much. There's 81 points now where they're monitoring and looking. There was, I think, 5 prior to this. Are you getting data? That's the same map we presented with yesterday, I think.
Yes.
Are you getting data now that is better to let you know as a local government perspective, from both a health perspective of your bays and beaches? Are you getting data that you feel's at a level that you can be able to make better decisions or good decisions up and down the peninsula about, you're able to say it's at Whyalla? Do you feel you're informed enough, or could there be more information coming?
Yes. So we did get this document, which
Yes,
came from the thank you, from
I've just got this. Yeah.
which came from the Great Southern Reef Foundation, and this indicates a lot of their cameras and sites that they're monitoring, and the decline, or it shows the very real difference in where they are at present. We also have, I think it's called SASQA, which is a quality assurance for oysters, and they have some sites also that have monitoring conducted for our very precious oyster industry. But there could be more data, and I do think that those live heat maps are really valuable, that seem to be maintained daily. I'm not sure if they're continuously live, but you can see where the red is expanding and so on. That data is available online, so that's helpful. What I think is probably more helpful is what can be done about it. What are the solutions that, as you say, that will inform us, but what to do what? How will we help? So I think that the monitoring needs to be permanent, so that you can, it needs to be multi-focused, so that you've got monitoring and the data that alerts early to put into place next, whatever those mechanisms are to prevent the spread.
Anything else, Mr. Church? You're happy with your data?
Yeah, that's fine.
One of the things in your submission, Mayor, is about mental health.
Yep.
We're looking at the cost of business. We're looking at the cost of these things. We heard some cultural evidence yesterday. What are you hearing anecdotally about mental health? What things should we be looking at that affect and ways to help that?
Oh, it's really hard. So there's businesses that are impacted by closures, that have had to stand down staff. So it's the mental health, not only the business owner that's in that predicament, that may not have enough, they've got to make tough decisions on how they structure their business moving forward. They've maybe got to let go of staff that have been employed for a long time, or they may just be casual staff that may have only just recently arrived. Whatever that situation is, each person's mental health is particular to them. So it's a real stress and pressure point. We were heartened to hear that a program called Stay Afloat is going to be continued to be funded. So that was really heartening, because that's particular to like the fishery and crew people and fisher people. So that's one good thing, but I think more can be done in that space, and more longer term programs, because quite often the funding's not there and you don't know if you're going to get it, and so any kind of permanency around that would be great. Then you've got just the beachgoers and people like that. We haven't had probably as much impact. People are probably scared to go. We've got lots of good signage around warning people about the algal bloom. But we're a tourist destination as well, so people that come and maybe feel a little bit let down by if there's not enough sharks, or they came for the shark cage diving and that's not there, and they've spent a lot of money to come here, and there's a mental health picture around that. They've come for an adventure tourism experience. The business owners have developed their whole business around some of that, and they're not getting the satisfaction of providing it. So there's all the indirect employment and other facets of mental health. So just well-being generally, and as a community, how do we support all that? We've got some great mentally fit EP programs that look at certain like agricultural industries or certain I nearly said markets. It's a terrible word to use, but it's about men's health in lots of regard. We've got marine scale fishermen who are hoping the government will buy back their licences because they're so destitute. How do you support them? Yep. It's really difficult.
And just to close, Mayor Churchill, you mentioned about the drought down here. I think it's time we say that things like drought, things like algal blooms are likely to become more likely with temperature rising and things happening. Is it time governments, not just federally, start looking at a sustained hazards response for climate-induced long periods? So if we have a bushfire, we have a flood, we have something like that, there's an acute response and acute recovery time. If we're looking at plague, drought, algal blooms, is it time to start looking at a response for sustained hazards? Exactly.
Just because it's rained today doesn't mean that they're out of the danger of a drought. It's a bit like, God forbid, lose your partner in life. Everyone wraps around you for 6 weeks afterwards. After that, they drift off, and it's the same happening with droughts, plagues, whatever. The attention is drawn for that first 6 weeks around the issue, and then it tends to drift off because it's out of everyone's front of mind. So I think any program's got to be right through, 52 weeks a year.
Can I just interrupt there a minute? I get what you're saying there, but I think there's also that piece with where we are with this particular scenario, where it was much more of a slow start than a catastrophic event on a day, which is often what we see with some of those things. It crept, and then there was like, no, it's going to dissipate, this is going to happen, and it crept.
And it's still creeping.
And so here we are many, many months later. So the structure of I think that's some of the things.
When we were talking yesterday, exactly at the oh hell moment when it's not going to go. I'm driving my car, my tyres go, I'm slowing. Oh shit, I hit a wall, Yeah.
Exactly.
So any other things you think we should consider in, like, if you were to put together a structure that would take you through these things? Because I'll be honest, the emergency disaster piece doesn't fly for me at all. because if you implemented all of the things that are there, not one of them that I'm aware of would actually help us in the situation we're in. Things like, bringing telecommunications services into bear, opening up stockpiles, those kind of things are just not what we need. So I think we need to be thinking really clearly. So I'd be really keen if you've got any other ideas about what those parameters should be around a different system to deal with these longer, more sustained situations.
The situation we've got at the moment, and one of the biggest fears, is that we're coming into the warmer season again. We haven't got on top of this algal bloom at the moment, and then all of a sudden, come the warmer weather, do we get another dose of algal bloom building up on top of this one? And that stretches on and builds and builds and builds until it's out of control, and then it becomes a national disaster. I agree, a bushfire, it's there in your face, you can see it. This is out there, no one really can see it, doesn't understand exactly what's going on, so it's got to be, we have to do something long term, and what that is, I don't know.
I guess that's why, those you talked about the media coverage and the impact of what's happened on the Adelaide beaches.
Yes.
That is now in people's face.
That's it.
And so when, hundreds of dead fish and stingrays and sharks and dolphins started washing up on the Adelaide beaches, that's when people went, oh.
Yeah.
So it's finding a way of both understanding what's happening even when you don't see it, when the impact is already being felt clearly. I mean, if you're both saying that businesses are laying off staff and are begging for their fishing licences to be brought back by the state, we're at a pretty critical point.
Exactly.
Even if they're not washing up dead here.
Yep. Exactly.
Just to that comparison with droughts and floods and so on, the framework around that is about mitigation. So there's a bushfire, emergency services are ploughed straight in. I think it's that response. What's the response for the algal bloom? And you can't manage what you can't measure, so it comes back to that permanent monitoring. But in addition to that, there's a piece of equipment called a Doppler radar. I think I've got that right. And that measures weather temperature and things like that, which is important for not just our fishing, but our agriculture as well. And we don't have one here on the Eyre Peninsula. There's one in Sardine and one, I don't know, somewhere else in the southeast maybe. And they actually, their circumferences go like that, and we're down here without one. It's about $10 million. We've asked for it so long. This might help with some of that measurement of weather and patterns and warming and things like that. And if nothing else, maybe you could help us get that Doppler radar here on the Eyre Peninsula. But that's just...
The second ad for that today, Tom Benning said it earlier.
Really? Who else had an ad?
It up this morning.
Okay. Completely independently, requesting that. It's so important for our region. So that's a small ticket item that might actually help with future management of these kinds of events.
Can I ask, you did both mention knowing businesses that have had to lay off staff, yet at the same time we're hearing that the fishing industry hasn't been hit here as hard as, say, it has St Vincent Gulf. So what types of businesses are we talking about? How can we understand? I mean, because it feels to me that what's happening here is, and maybe this is wrong, and please tell me, but I feel like you're kind of in this limbo zone where some of the brunt is being felt, but not to the extent of next door. But fishing industry can go around the corner and on the other side of the peninsula here to the west. At what point? I want to understand who is feeling the brunt right now in terms of your local community.
Well, Sorry, I know that we've felt it with the closure of the industry for our mussels. So there were definitely layoffs at that time. Whether they've been reinstated or not, I don't know. And you might hear that later in more detail from Yamba. Certainly, accommodation providers are letting, reducing the hours, I guess, of casual staff, and some of them are not getting enough work to stay in the region, so considering their options and leaving. So it's those sort of flow-on effects, and cafes and restaurants and things like that. They're all just reducing their hours and forcing people really to potentially consider where they're going, or moving around trying to find work else in other avenues.
I think just...
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Cow Oysters down at Cow, they've been closed for a little while now, and I'm not sure whether they're still closed. But it's and there's mussel businesses here that were closed at times. It's the uncertainty, the people that work there, that 1 minute it's open, next thing it's closed, and have I got a job today or next week? That's the mental health side of it that kicks in, of the great unknown. So.
And when you're running an accommodation business like the caravan parks, I know even in Caroline here in Port Lincoln, those people, they don't want to let their staff go, because where do you get your cleaners and things back in 6 months' time, perhaps, when things pick up again? But they've got to run their businesses and work within their budget. So it's tough.
We did hear yesterday that the tourism, from the Tourism Industry Association, that their survey said that businesses had lost, on average, between 52 to 100K already, and they were down. And so I'd be interested to know, and you can take this on notice, but I'd be interested to know whether whether businesses in your areas are feeling something similar to that.
And I guess that goes into the tourism piece. So we heard from the South Australian Tourism Commission yesterday in Adelaide. Are they working closely with you? Because to me, this is a little bit of a public education piece to let them know that your businesses are still here. Port Lincoln is still a great place to come as a tourist. Are they working closely with you to provide that support?
I think they are. Certainly the voucher system. It'll be interesting to see how that rolls out.
Yeah. Okay.
I think the window of opportunity for businesses to register was probably not large enough, but in order to make it effective and get the vouchers issued this month so that people can take the holidays in the next month or two, they had to do it that way. So I appreciate that that's actually happening, because we did ask at our community forum for that particular initiative, so they're working with us on that. Certainly from a Port Lincoln perspective, we have a fantastic festival. 16th to 18th of January, free plug for Tunarama. If you, where we celebrate all things tuna. We have tuna tossing, we have, seafood and wine and dining experiences, entertainment, the whole shooting match. And in fact, Sardine have Oyster Fest as well.
Maybe we extend the
hearing.
The hearing
For that, we can come back. We can come back.
Yeah, please come back and support us. And we have had really good uptake from the South Australian Tourism Industry Association, and also from ministers and all quadrants to try and bring back Tunarama, which has been in hiatus for 2 years, and council's now putting that back on instead of community, in partnership with community. But we are working very hard with tourism to try and invigorate the area.
Are they planning to do a dedicated campaign for you here in this region, or nothing that they've spoken to you about?
I haven't heard that.
Okay.
I might defer to Naomi.
Yes, through you.
Yes.
Yes, there are campaigns that are happening with the Tourism Commission for Port Lincoln and Eyre Peninsula. They're definitely active in that regard. That's through traditional media and social media, so we are being quite well supported there.
Excellent. You're not worried about having to cancel, because we heard from Glenelg or the Holdfast Bay Council that they've had to cancel some events because of the impact of the bloom?
No, we are going 100% behind our Tunarama Festival, because our community, I think that will have great community health and wellbeing benefits. It will be able to celebrate our tuna industry, celebrate our seafood more broadly, produce from the whole EP. We showcase the lot, you know, the wines and everything. It'll be great for everybody's health and wellbeing, as well as that celebration of our brand. So we are really investing heavily in our Tunarama Festival, and oh gosh, you know, if that's not well supported, we will be in. It'll be just so disappointing. Yeah.
It's good to hear that they are going ahead 100% with that, because if for some reason they cancelled it, it'd just be another advert to say that the seafood's not safe. So
Yeah.
I think it's a case they have to go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, great.
Please come.
Any other questions?
Let's got some questions.
Yeah. Thanks for being here today. So we spent a little bit of time yesterday speaking to some metro councils. They indicated that quite a bit of their resourcing is going towards cleanup. Obviously, they're having a lot more come up on the beach, so they're having to dedicate quite a bit of money to that cleanup. I'm interested to know from both councils, but particularly Port Lincoln, if you're having less coming up onto the beach, what is council? I'm sure you're still working on it and you are taking actions as a result of the algal bloom. Would you mind explaining to us a little bit about what the reaction looks like from you? I'm also interested to know what sort of collaboration you've had with other levels of government, industry, community groups like that.
Okay, so we've got a little paper that just does say some of the actions that we've taken to date. So every morning we're doing beach monitoring. So, you know, I'll go back a little bit. Port Lincoln's actually a very small footprint. We're surrounded by Southern Eyre Peninsula, so a lot of our major beaches and things like fisheries and Sleaford and Memory Cove and those beautiful national parks, and they're just sensational. They actually don't live in the city limits of Port Lincoln, but certainly from a Port Lincoln perspective, we are doing beach monitoring. We're recording the puffer fish, for example, that have been washed up, and there have been some, but the numbers are not dramatic. We're more concerned about that invisible threat that is out in the deeper waters or out further, and not washing up, because we're a shallow bay. You know, we don't have that tidal movement where we're exposed to something like, you know, some of those beaches where they're getting straight from the ocean. So we're doing that. So our staff are monitoring that every day. We've got an internal committee, and there is a community Facebook page that is there specifically for Eyre Peninsula and for any algal bloom, but that's a bit difficult too, because people obviously they post things that may not be 100% accurate, but it is a communication mechanism which I think we value, all that engagement, and we've got signage installed, as I mentioned before. We've got clean-up activities. One thing I haven't really focused on are the shorebirds and the impact that may have on ospreys and things like that are feeding off fish. So I'm not sure if you know about ospreys, but we have a Friends Association, and we have special perches, for want of a better word, where they roost and nest or whatever and have eggs and things, and they're monitored and they're watched globally, those osprey. So it's really important that that they find their food sources. So we're not sure what impacts are going to have there, but we have found a few dead seagulls and things like that, which has been, you know, we try and do the scans every morning to prevent any distress for anybody walking along the beaches, and it's ongoing monitoring that we're doing, and regular adjustments that the staff are making. So from a community group perspective, there are a few sort of environmental groups out there. I don't think they've been very active in the space yet, because we haven't seen what they can do other than that Facebook sort of presence or social media presence. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Our councils, like most of the council, haven't had any major reports of large numbers of fish being washed up, so we haven't had to do too much of cleaning dead fish up. A lot of the locals that walk the beaches each morning, they're doing it for us. just to keep their beach tidy and neat. There's fisheries have collected some fish. iNatural is a website where they can be reported, which has been pretty handy. But it seems to be the smaller fish, the small Port Jackson sharks around this part of the coast down further, small leather jackets, and now as late as last week, a lot of small abalone have been washed up at Port Neal, just down the coast here, which is a bit of a worry. It just seems to be the young juvenile fish that are coming up.
That's a problem though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, that's your fish stock.
That's it. Yeah, it seems to be that the more mature fish can get away from any danger areas. So.
The other thing I'm interested to know is what sort of resourcing could we provide you to deal with future events? So if something like this happened again, what would you need to be better prepared for next time, if there was a next time, in terms of resourcing? What would be helpful?
I think from our perspective, it's about finding what those solutions are, and whatever that looks like, having those mitigations in place here locally. As I mentioned, we used to have a marine science centre, and I think there's a piece to be done about education as well, and educating and growing our own marine scientists as we used to here in Port Lincoln, because there's a big future in ecological sustainability, and I'm not sure that we're seeing that across the state or the nation. And maybe there's some perhaps resourcing I'm taking to be money in this case. But, you know, there's an application for funding to re-establish those sort of centres that might be able to house enough scientists to monitor and alert and create those initial, you know, reactions, I guess. But it's the next step. It's about what mitigations will be put into place and how best can they be funded and or resourced. So we've heard things like, you know, clay could have been put on certain areas and diminished the bloom, but you know, obviously there was it was just too large at the time that this was sort of suggested. So whatever those mitigating factors look like, well, we need to have that clay and have it in a place where it's accessible.
I think one of the challenges there is there was a risk that spraying that clay in some of those areas would have actually made the situation worse.
Yes,
or impacted the local environment.
Yeah.
There's still a serious lack of knowledge around exactly how we could utilise some mitigation measures there.
So when I hear that question, what resourcing do you need? It's about what does the mitigation look like, and how can that be implemented regionally? And, you know, Port Lincoln's ready. You know, we have, you know, we're in an ideal location. It's about our brand and our markets. We are, you know, the seafood capital. If there's a spot that you're looking for to do this from regionally, this should be the place.
Can I just follow up on that? What about the communication that you got as, you know, local government when this first started to be detected, and where did that come from? Did it come from just the local fishing industry? When was local council first alerted that this was a problem?
Again, I think it's snuck up, like we said before. It's not like the bushfire, or you know, it's snuck up quietly, and all of a sudden we're just getting dribs and drabs pushed in, and it's just gradually built up. So I think it's taken everyone a little bit by surprise. Yes, it's an impact now, but it's just snuck up, like we mentioned before.
So there wasn't a particular moment or kind of memo that was issued by the state government or departments that, not that you recall anyway?
No,
I will say that we have scientists in our midst here who have researched papers and have provided council in the desalination conversation with papers regarding Port Bonython and Port Stanvac and further afield regarding desal and their impact on ecological environments, and they have been tabled with you and have been the source of great discussion at length with desalination and site selection committees for that desal plant. So we've been aware for a long time that there could be ecological impacts to our environment from desalination. So that has been in Port Lincoln's mind for a long time. The fact that it has had such an impact and how council were notified was probably the same way other places were, which was through the media. I think the first time I heard about it personally was on TV when it was happening in the southeast and became a problem there. I don't know that as a council we received any formal kind of media release or anything like that other than what went to the public. Would I be right? Yep.
Is there any process if things like brevetoxins are detected? Is there any official process that local government has to be alerted?
Not to my knowledge.
No, nothing official, no.
Yeah.
That could be good though.
Could be, couldn't it,
Yeah.
I reckon?
Yeah.
And also, we've been at Port Lincoln, I must say, Minister Scriven, when she came and led the community forum, I did approach her to see if we could be included as the council to some of the industry roundtabling, and I appreciated that we were allowed to participate or learn. Because quite often local government's left off of some of those industry networking table, round table discussions or things like that. So that was really useful for us as a community to learn more about what was happening and also to provide some input.
But you had to ask for that as opposed to it wasn't just
No, I
seen
think
as...
local government's not considered part of industry. So, when they're having those industry workshops or discussions, they're quite focused around that science factor, which is wonderful, and I'm very appreciative that it happened. But I do think for any roundtable, maybe there should be an inclusion of local government at that level too, so they get the broader community behind it as well.
Senator Grogan.
We've also had submissions and heard evidence regarding the value of oyster reefs, native seagrass, those kind of things, as mitigators in terms of improving the quality of the water to increase the resilience. Do you have any views on those types or other similar types of strategies?
I'm not aware of it. I'm well away from the fishing industry and that science-based stuff, but anything that can be introduced has got to be of benefit.
Yeah, I think that has to also be carefully monitored in terms of the location of those reefs, so it doesn't impact, recreational fishers or, I don't know either the size or scale of these reefs or where they would put them, but I hope that there'll be enough engagement with the appropriate industries to make sure they're in the right spots. And anything that can help is a good thing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. All done. Thank you for appearing today, your submissions, the supplementary information that you've tabled with us, and for taking our questions today. So thank you very much.
Opportunity.
Thank you.
I've seen a day where it rains and stops raining. And then sunny. It throws it down again. It throws it down a lot, then stops. It throws it down.
I now welcome representatives from the South Australian Sardine Industry Association, the Sarin Group, Yamba Aquaculture, the Abalone Industry Association, And we also have the SA Oyster Growers Association via teleconference, I understand. So just making sure that they're online. Just going to double check that we have the SA Oyster Growers down the telephone.
Yes, I'm here, listening in.
Wonderful, thank you. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you all. What I'm going to get you to do is state your full names and the capacities in which you appear, and then just checking, does everybody have an opening statement? All right, we'll try and keep them tight so that we can get to questions and have a good discussion. But we will start with Ms. Webber and go down the table, and then we'll come back and do opening statements.
Senators, my name is Claire Webber and I'm the Executive Officer of the South Australian Sardine Industry Association.
Good morning, Senators. Welcome to Port Lincoln. My name is John Isle. I am the President of the Sardine Association, and I'm also the General Manager for farming for AFE, who is the largest tuna farm in Port Lincoln.
Good morning, David Wood. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Yumba Aquaculture.
Good morning, Thomas McDabb. I'm representing the Western Zone abalone fishery as the Abalone Association Industry of South Australia, but also note that I sit on the boards of Seafood Industry of South Australia and the ACA, which is Abalone Council Australia.
Thank you. And Mr. Treloar?
Yes, Peter Treloar. I'm the Chair of the South Australian Oyster Growers Association.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll first go to the Sardine Association. Opening statement from you, and then we'll do the same thing. We'll go down the table.
So again, my name's Claire Webber, Executive Officer of the South Australian Sardine Industry Association, representing sardine licence holders and more broadly the tuna sector that relies on our fishery. Although not to the same degree as other sectors, the algal bloom has caused disruption to our fishery. This season, sardine vessels abandoned traditional fishing grounds in the Gulf of St Vincent and Investigator Strait. Our skippers are stewards of our ocean and are often the first to detect when the balance of the ecosystem is negatively impacted. Sardine and tuna operators face tremendous uncertainty as they plan for our next season. The result of the HAB disruption has been lost fishing days, higher costs, pressure on employers and regional employment insecurity. It is important to stress that South Australian seafood, including our quality sardines, remains safe to eat. However, relentless media coverage has shaken consumer confidence, creating unnecessary damage to markets at a time when industry resilience is already under strain. We welcome the action of the state and federal government, the support packages and the positive communication efforts. But we remain concerned about the long-term costs of monitoring and risk mitigation infrastructure and whether some or all of these costs might ultimately fall on industry in the long term after the HAB is gone. We also urge PIRSA to continue working flexibly with industry in its management approach, as demonstrated by the timely adaptive quota adjustment that kept sardine crews fishing earlier this year. The committee may be interested to know that PIRSA's approach in recent years to the fishing industry has been unhelpful at times, and this recent change in approach is welcomed and we look forward to it continuing. Looking ahead, our priority is to ensure that seafood communities and skilled workers are retained, that consumer confidence is rebuilt, that fish stocks are sustainably managed with maximum flexibility. We understand that HABs can't be prevented, but with strong collaboration between government and industry, we can reduce impacts, safeguard seafood businesses and protect the regional communities they sustain.
Mr. Wood? Sorry, Mr. I assumed that...
Unfortunately, I've written something similar.
Okay.
But I certainly would like the time to...
okay, fair enough. Go ahead.
Thanks, Senator. Thank you for the opportunity to address the inquiry into the HAB. I represent the South Australian Sardine Industry Association as President and I've been involved in the fishing industry in Port Lincoln for 30 years. This includes my current role as General Manager of Farming for the largest tuna company and as owner of a marine scale licence and of Coffin Bay Vongalay. The sardine and tuna industry support up to 1,000 jobs and generate over 100 million in export revenue each year. The fishing industry employs a majority of unskilled males aged from 17 to 30 in this community. If the HAB resulted in major industry failure, the social and economic impact on Eyre Peninsula would be immeasurable. We would face dire social consequences if they were forced onto some form of government assistance. Whilst the algal blooms are not new to us, the severity and persistence of this one persistent bloom presents a real risk for fish health, the marine environment and our export markets. Our industry relies entirely on healthy oceans, and we take the natural operating environment seriously, with long-standing monitoring and adaptive management in place as an industry standard. It is important also to stress that this is not a statewide impact. The hardest hit areas being the Gulf St Vincent, Kangaroo and Fleurieu Peninsula. But regions such as Spencer Gulf, Coffin Bay and the West Coast have experienced varied environmental impacts up to this point. A negative market impact has been felt throughout this region with regard to seafood sales. What we must do in conclusion, support business to survive and keep skilled people. Cannot lose them. Maintain consumer and export confidence in South Australian seafood, especially internationally. In the case of the HAB, there were clear early warning signs flagged by industry to the department. PIRSA must do better to facilitate flexible policies in the future.
Thank you. Mr Wood.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to appear on behalf of Yamba Aquaculture. Yamba is an Australian unlisted public company headquartered in Adelaide. We employ more than 500 people farming abalone, mussels, oysters and kingfish across 4 states, but more than half of our business interests are reliant on the Spencer Gulf and the waters therein. The estimated direct cost from this harmful algal bloom to our company is about $5 million. It's a turning point for aquaculture. In our submission, we list practical proposals to build resilience and a more secure future for our industry and communities. Firstly, traditional finance models and investor appetites do not necessarily align with aquaculture's long production cycles, high upfront costs and unique farming risks. So whilst government benefits from aquaculture, they don't necessarily share the risk, and a lack of Australian investment appetite represents a market failure. So from our perspective, if the sovereign value of marine leases is recognised, similar to the security value for agriculture, then it provides an opportunity so that banks can consider alternate funding and provide different sources of capital to our industry. Secondly, from the HAB, we must lean into engineering and genetic solutions in order to manage risk. Our submission outlines practical initiatives that are proven globally as to what that involves. So we urge government to co-invest with us, sharing the risk to increase resilience against climate risk and to improve food security. Yamba sees great potential for the blue economy, but achieving that potential demands collaboration where we share the risk and confront the key challenges of aquaculture, which is access to capital. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senators, for the invitation, actually. Our association did not lodge a submission, so I find myself a little bit unsure how I could help, but I can certainly add some value with my experience. In saying that, our association represents the Western Zone abalone fishery, which at this point hasn't been affected. It's purely from, you could say, from the waterways here back around to the west coast and borders to the Western Australian border. Predominantly our fishing is from Streaky Bay back to Port Lincoln. So we've been fortunate to this point to not have experienced any sort of concerns, but we are deeply concerned to the way that this unusual Carenia bloom has affected the biomass, and understanding as a diver, knowing that the effects of what happens underwater, it has that long-reaching consequence across other species. So it's really, really important to understand. Whilst we can't see exactly what's happening, there'd be long-term effects that would be hard to gauge. So as I said, our zone represents the 22 licences from the zone I just mentioned. The other two zones are in the central zone and the southern zone of South Australia. Each of those have 6 licences. Now, the algal bloom is affecting the central zone. We're at the mix now of putting in place some monitoring to detect the brevitoxins that could possibly affect the commercial habitat or commercial biomass. So as I said, we did not submit a submission, but we are fully in support of the Seafood Industry of South Australia submission. I would strongly say that in point 2.26, where it talks about the communication and getting the message right, that is very important to us for the export markets. We have this issue right now. There's a bit of a blanket effect across the media and the messaging getting out, and it's probably important to really tailor that in to look at the regions and be careful about that messaging. Also, across 2.5, talking about that, and I think a few of the colleagues here have said also that the mentions there, $788 million is brought to GVP to this region via the fishing sectors. Now, if you step that out over a 10-year period, that's an awful lot of money. So what it's really important is that it's that effect it has across the community and our region and the fabric that holds us together. We have farming and fishing is certainly an important part to it.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Mr. Treloar. Peter, are you on the line? You dropped off. Okay, we might
Hello,
go.
have you got me now?
Yes, we
Have
do.
you got me now? Yeah,
Go ahead.
Apologies for that. Thank you for being patient with me, and thank you for the opportunity to come in on the phone. I'm sorry I can't be in Lincoln this morning. As it turns out, I'm in Canberra, so I didn't sort of manage that very well, did I? Anyway, look, I'm the independent chair of the South Australian Oyster Growers Association. I'm not an oyster grower, but I came in about 12 months ago to replace Rob Kerrin, who's the previous chair. We represent oyster growers right across South Australia. There's around 100 oyster growers in SA. Most of them are members of our organisation. The value of the oyster industry in South Australia is around $60 million per annum. As well as the oyster growers, we have 3 hatcheries around Eyre Peninsula, which provide spat to the growers, to the broader industry, and they've really been established since there was a POMS outbreak, Pacific Oyster Mortality Syndrome, in Tasmania a few years ago, where all our spat was sourced from. And when the borders were closed, the industry got busy and established our own hatcheries to provide spat to the growers. A big part of the model, I think the current model within the oyster industry, is the movement of oysters from bay to bay, and many growers use this to source smaller oysters and grow them out in another bay. And it's important to remember that that's a critical part of the current industry workings. We have growers in and around Gulf St Vincent, at Stansbury, at Port Vincent, and also in Kangaroo Island. Those growers have been closed for harvest, closed for sales since the 5th of May this year, when brevitoxin levels reached a critical level, that being 0.8 of a milligram per kilogram. And it was closed really as a result of SASQAP testing, SASQAP being the South Australian Seafood Quality Assurance Program. So growers were notified that they would no longer be able to make sales, and that really is to protect consumers. It's about human health, the health of consumers, and also to protect the growers themselves, I guess, rather than have to recall oysters that have already gone out at great cost to the growers. So those harvest areas around Gulf St Vincent, as I said, have been closed since the 5th of May. Franklin Harbour Cow is a growing area on the east coast of Eyre Peninsula, the west coast of Spencer Gulf. That's been closed for about a month now to sales. And there was a grower in the Port Lincoln harvest area that was closed for a short period of time. That grower is now open to make sales. So I mentioned we have about 100 growers. 20 growers are closed to harvest at the moment. 80 of our growers remain open for harvest and to make sales, and the majority of those are on the west coast, what we call the west coast of South Australia, so from Coffin Bay up through Streaky Bay, Haslam, Smoky Bay, and the Sardine area. A big part of our messaging has been to try and keep the confidence of our consumers in place. We've noticed certainly some pushback against the seafood industry and oysters, but our message was that if oysters appear in the marketplace, in the pubs, in the restaurants, then they are safe to eat, with 80% of our growers remaining open. I guess the impacts on those growers who are closed at the moment certainly has been the loss of sales, obviously, and that translates into a loss of income and cash flow for those individual growers. So for the most part, they're small family businesses, and this has been significant. No income, no cash flow for 4 months now. So it's been a really difficult time for them. As well as that, and previous witnesses have referred to this, there's been the termination of staff, often casual staff who live and have families in small coastal towns, and there's been, out of necessity, a termination of many of those staff. The state government announced some weeks ago relief to small businesses affected by the harmful algal bloom, and that was up to an amount of $100,000 per business, and that's been very much appreciated. Of course, there's a submission process, and growers need to be able to demonstrate that they've had losses and so need to qualify for that. I guess closures in the oyster industry aren't unknown. We've experienced them before, but not to this extent or for this period of time. I think it's important we discover as much as we can about the current bloom. We need to know what algae species is causing the brevetoxin. The oyster industry would dearly love to know what levels of brevetoxin are required to allow movement of oyster stock from harvest areas affected by brevetoxin once they open to a harvest area that's not been affected. As I said, 80% of our harvest area isn't affected at this point in time. I am going to say thank you to the primary industries in South Australia, or PIRSA, as the regulator of our industry. We've had good communication right the way through. There have been various working groups set up, which the oyster industry has been involved with, and we've had regular contact all the way through with that. One last closing comment, I guess, is that the time taken for testing is often about 9 weeks, because our closest testing facility is in New Zealand, and of course a 9-day testing time for product to be sent to New Zealand to be tested and the results come back is significant when time is critical. I understand the state government is looking to setting up or establishing a testing facility here in South Australia, but that's going to be a little way off, possibly still some 2 or 3 months away, but we're looking forward to having that facility locally based. With that, happy to answer questions.
Thank you. It's Sarah Hanson-Young here. Mr. Chalor, I might just kick off with what could you just expand? You were saying you would like to know, it would be good to be able to know test results in areas that are still open, or have I misunderstood that? Could you just...
Yeah, so sorry, Sarah, I will expand on that a little bit. So, and I'll give you an example for Franklin Harbour or Cal, currently closed for harvest, but should their brevetoxin levels fall below and it needs to be 2 weeks of testing consecutively. Should that fall below 0.8 milligrams per kilogram, they're open for sales, so safe for human consumption. But I mentioned earlier that part of the business model for many growers is the movement of oysters, and a grower might move smaller oysters from Franklin Harbour to Coffin Bay, for example, to grow out and ultimately get them to sale. So if how shall I best explain this? If the brevetoxin levels at Franklin Harbour fall below the level allowable for sales and human consumption, there may still be brevetoxin present. And I guess one of our fears is that we could potentially move the algal bloom or the brevetoxin to a bay that's not affected currently. Yes. This is an important question for us to have answered so that we know when we can safely do that.
Yes, understood. Okay, thank you for that that clarification. Could I ask, in the event of when brevetoxin is detected, and obviously on May the 5th, it was detected at those high levels where then we've seen the oyster growers in those areas, St Vincent, Stansbury and Kangaroo Island closed. Who does that notification and where does that go?
Yeah, so the water monitoring and seafood monitoring is undertaken by the South Australian Seafood Quality Assurance Program. Now that's an independent third party, but their recommendation is to our state government, and they enforce the closure.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking is because I think we've just heard from some of the local council representatives and mayors this morning, and I think in this instance, what the last few months has shown is people finding out bits of information and trying to put the jigsaw puzzle together. And perhaps one of the things we could be doing going forward is to have a smoother and clearer understanding of who gets notified when things happen, so that people aren't constantly playing catch up or trying to piece news reports together and what that means for the broader industry or the broader community. So if you want to take that on notice and have a think about what from an Oyster Growers Association would think would be appropriate in terms of who else should be notified or who the state government should then notify once, if brevetoxins are detected, that would be helpful for us.
Yes, I might make a comment straight away, Sarah, if that's all right.
Yes, sure.
I mean, we can always do things better. This is a scenario that we've not been confronted with before, quite to this extent. And honestly, the bloom doesn't appear to be dissipating really at this stage. We're going to have to let nature run its course, and we can always do better, I'm sure, with our messaging. One of the things that SAOGA, the Oyster Growers Association, has attempted to do was provide timely information to our growers, at least. I mean, our first responsibility is to our growers. And look, I'll concede that we could probably do that better too, but ultimately PIRSA are responsible as the regulator.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you.
And we're comfortable with that. I mean, the interaction between SAOGA and PIRSA has really been exemplary, I think, during this period. So I thank them for that. But as the regulator, they will be responsible ultimately for the decisions made.
Yes, thank you. You mentioned that 80% of growers are still open, or 80 out of the 100. So yes, a nice clean 80%. Are they, however, struggling with sales?
Look, I would say yes. I mean, you'd need to speak to them as individuals, but we've picked up on a little bit of consumer pushback, even though our messaging and that from the state government has been that anything that does appear in the marketplace has been tested and is safe. I guess another constraint as a result of this on the growers on the West Coast, those that are open, has been around the movement of oysters and the availability of spat. And David might be able to speak to this better than me, but growers are very reluctant to take any risks given the unknown quantity of algae that's around, and they don't want to be infecting bays that are at this point unaffected. Mm-hmm. Okay. So it's about sourcing spat and being able to move oysters to a point where they can grow out properly. The other thing I'll add, Sarah, while I'm going, is that interestingly, the brevetoxin and the algae has not killed the oysters, even in those areas that are closed. The oysters are well, and in fact, anecdotally, they're thriving. So oysters are filter feeders, so manage to feed on whatever's in the water that suits them, that's passing through. And one of the challenges for a grower in Stansbury, for example, is to actually find room for oysters that are alive and growing, but they're not able to move.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Wood, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
I think Peter's summarised it pretty well. The element for the industry, obviously, the farmers that are closed, it's a very visible impact and has been an enduring impact. For those that are open, stock movement is a concern about how do we move product through the value chain, particularly when you are farming in different regions and looking to move. And I guess part of the uncertainty is what is that vector risk of transferring brevetoxin or the bloom through oyster movements. At the moment, the industry's taking a conservative approach, which is appropriate given the unknown position. But I think what the industry has done well, and credit to EPLGA here, is debated and looked at what is in the best long-term interest for the sector.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Can I just add a question to extend on that? When you talk about oyster movements, how frequently would that normally occur?
I'm probably not the best person to answer because I'm not a grower myself, particularly in this area. Yumba's role here is we're one of the 3 hatchery nursery producers, so we probably underpin about 70% of the South Australian oyster industry through production of spat. So certainly we're transferring out about 100 million oyster spat a year into the various regions.
And that goes far and wide?
Yes, within South Australia, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. McNabb, you mentioned that mostly at this point in this area, abalone hasn't been impacted. One of the things we heard from the blokes who do the cleanup on the Adelaide beaches yesterday when we were down at Brighton and Seacliff was that in the last week there's been abalone washing up. I'm wondering what transfer, do you get access to that information? Is that something that would be helpful for you to know? I'm trying to work the difference between the practical kind of impacts of this disaster on in that part. At some point, where does that information transfer to you, and do you get that? Would it be helpful?
We do. We're informed of any die-off of abalone that are found along the beaches, and particularly related back to AVG, which is from the southern zone that's experienced in the last 18 months. So there is a high alert, I suppose, to testing abalone if there's a mortality event, even if it's only 1 or 2. I'd suggest from our experience from certain Carenia blooms, which we experienced in Coffin Bay back in 2005, I believe, that there was a die-off there of abalone as well. And I think it comes down to the water movement in the area that the bloom may be. So if you have like an ebb in a corner of a bay, and it may be shallow, you have low oxygen levels, and therefore it's probably more difficult for the abalone to survive. So in general, from what I spoke to our counterparts in the central zone yesterday, and they haven't witnessed the commercial beds being affected as yet. But in saying that, because the algal bloom's been extensive for so long, they probably haven't dived to where those major blooms have been affected by.
Okay. Any questions? Yes?
I have a few questions for you, Mr. Wood. I very much was interested in your submission, particularly around the access to capital. So I want to take you there. We've heard evidence that climate change from scientists yesterday, that it may mean in the future there'll be more marine disasters or similar like events, whether algal bloom or otherwise. And you've indicated that it's difficulty getting access to capital. If I read your submission correctly, and correct me, you've got two pressures. One is capital for business as usual, but also needing access to capital to make your business more climate resilient. So I'm just interested in if you could sort of unpack that or put a bit more flesh to the bone.
Yes, certainly, Senator. Aquaculture generally is a challenging industry. It's capital intensive. Just to give you an indication, last time I looked, which was probably about 12 months ago, the average capital employed per dollar of revenue across the companies that I could view was around about $2. So that in and of itself provides a challenge around delivering a return to that, and it needs to be patient capital because of the long capital cycles. Typically to stand up a farm that 3-year grow out period for animals, you're looking at a 5-year capital cycle to establish, and then a 3-year rolling working capital cycle. So with the nature of the industry and the various other options that are available for employing capital, we do find it difficult to attract capital in. So the first element, I guess, of our submission in relation to that is that when we establish an aquaculture site and establish an aquaculture lease, a lot of work goes into that. Environmental studies, commercial studies, looking at what it means in terms of fish performance in the environment, what's the sustainable carrying biomass that we can effectively grow, and what does that then deliver. In order to rebalance the risk equation and make it more attractive for investors and traditional financiers, my hypothesis is that we should be looking and saying there is a sovereign value to food production in this country, and perhaps government can share some of that risk by, when they issue a licence and a lease for aquaculture, we actually get a monetary value put on it that acts as a backstop guarantee effectively, which then makes it more attractive and less more attractive for banks and for equity investors alike. That's the first part of the submission. The second part that you allude to is from Yumba's perspective, and I think generally talking to the aquaculture sector, what we've seen with this harmful algal bloom is a fundamental change in the risk paradigm in which we're operating. We expect that these events will be more common, and therefore it becomes the new norm. In order to be able to manage in that, and in order to be able to continue to produce food effectively, we have to look at what does the new farming situation require. So for us, that's looking at things like recirculating aquaculture systems. It's looking at things like oxygen supplementation, be that through bubble curtains, nanobubbles, O-pods. There's a range of technology that is out there and that is available. But again, it's a high capital demand in order to implement that. So from Yumba's perspective and what we've put forward in the submission is that we actually need co-investment, that there is a symbiotic relationship that exists between industry, government and financiers if we are serious about ensuring our food security in this nation. So currently, Australia is a net importer of seafood. So if we are going to continue to maintain the same per capita consumption of seafood in this country, we've actually got to increase production by 28% by 2050. So in order to do that, we need the right capital structures and the right sources of capital. And, that does require co-investment. And that's where we're looking to government to say, how can you help us on that transformation journey to ensure our business longevity, but also, the food security into the future?
Thank you. So there are two traditional approaches. Well, the traditional approach, of course, is to the event comes on and then there is assistance until the event finishes and we go back to a normal. But of course, we're hearing scientific evidence that there's going to be, as you've said, a new normal. So that's why I was interested in your submission, because there's probably another approach, which is to future-proof the industry as a whole and not be reactive to the event. So that comes to, I noticed that you said in your submission you weren't eligible, not that you're asking. Can I just understand why you weren't eligible? Is it the scale of the business or?
Yes, Senator, it's effectively the scale of the business that there are limits in terms of payroll and various other aspects. Our company is a large company, and as we say in the submission, we respect and applaud the government for the fact that it probably has directed funding to where it's been most needed in the immediate term. So our view is very much around we can deal with the day-to-day as best we can, but we really need to be thinking about that future that you talk about.
So we're not just knee-jerk after knee-jerk.
Yeah.
Just one more question, Chair, okay? Just about returns. You set out very clearly the returns in the current environment. And then there's the increased risk because of changing climate. How much are the markets pricing in the risk of climate change from your perspective? Probably now I'm giving that to you from a financial services perspective, probably pretty hard, but just a general reflection from the point of view of you're seeking capital in a normal environment, and obviously risk factors. Are you seeing the risk factors going up and the price of capital coming too high?
Look, we're certainly seeing the risk factors coming up, and probably the most practical answer to that is you may or may not be aware that we completed the acquisition of the Clean Seas Kingfish business through a scheme of arrangement. Part of that scheme, we offered the option of Clean Seas shareholders taking cash or taking equity. A number that looked at it, the feedback was, in light of the changing risk environment, I'm going to take the cash. So that's just a practical element of what we're talking about in this situation. So,
how long ago was that? When did that happen?
Completed, I think it's 6 weeks ago now.
Yeah, right, so in the midst of all of this.
Yes, yeah.
So we're seeing the financial markets price in the risk of climate change. Yeah. And you're at the front line of that. Is that a fair comment?
Yes.
No further questions from me.
Thank you. Senator Cadell?
Yeah. To Sardine, and it's been, I don't know, a bad way of putting it, sardines could be the canary in the coal mine when it comes to the tuna industry down here, as well as your own other things. You were talking about travelling further to find sardines or out of the Gulfs and this sort of stuff. So when we talk about the grants or the allowances for businesses, we're talking about loss of sales for compensation, not increased expenses where it would be fuel things. Can you comment on the equity, on how you see that when you've got to travel further to get the catch? And are there early signs about sardines still being available just further away? Are we confident that the season's about to start? Because that would be a disaster if they're not there.
Yeah, it would be. So the answer is we don't know, and that there is that uncertainty underlying us as in the lead up to the next season. With the question around the relief and the grants, we don't qualify for the grants because yes, our impact has been in increased costs and not in decreased in our sales, but our catches did decrease significantly. We've only caught 28% of our previous amounts out of the Gulf of St Vincent, and most of that was caught prior to the algae bloom really kicking off. So what we were able to do was work with the government and PERSA to move or essentially get additional quota allocated in southern Spencer Gulf, which is that where I'm talking about allowing crews to keep on fishing. There's some flexibility in the legislation there that allows us to do that we're really lucky is there because we're actually the only fishery that has that. So, and then with the fish, we're assuming moving further offshore. These indicators were happening last year as the upwelling was working. The fish were already changing their distribution and moving away from that cold water. And the problem is when they move offshore is that we experience more weather out there. A number of our vessels are too small to access that larger ocean environment, and it makes just catching that so much harder. We were actually lucky with that calm weather spell that we had that possibly increased the HAB. It actually allowed us to target those fish offshore quite well, and keep the amount of stock or catches that we needed to get the feed to the tuna farms in a timely fashion, because that's the thing, we have to deliver the feed as the farms need it during their ranching season. So there's a lot of challenges there, and it's not as easy as just moving further offshore. We don't have ports that we can unload to up the west coast. We really need to be here in Port Lincoln where our market is. There's limited unloading at Coffin Bay, but that would take a lot of logistics to get more fish in through there. Only the small boats can access that port at the moment. So lots of challenges, and having to workshop as an industry how we'll move forward if the season unravels in a worst case scenario is really quite confronting.
Okay. Quick one, Mr. Wood. All of you talk about reputational, and Mr. McNabb as well, reputational damage as well as actual catch stuff. In your international sales, we're hearing some of the Hong Kong sales have dropped off for no other than reputation. That's what it is. No.
In fairness, it's dropped off due to inability to supply with the closure itself. And, once we've been able to get back into that market and, we've had to put some pricing discounts to get back on the shelf. But, the quality of the product does stand for itself.
Yep.
So the loss hasn't been due to reputation, it's just inability to supply in our situation.
Because of the temporary pause?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I ask, Ms Webber, your reflections on the comments that Mr Wood has given about the climate risk going forward and how much that's being discussed in your sector in particular? You've talked about, already the upwelling had seen a change of pattern as had normally been expected in terms of the sardines. We had climate scientists and experts in front of us yesterday, and they were saying, not only with the warming temperatures should we be expecting more bloom type events, but also more upwelling events and at different times of the year. How much of that are you having to think about in terms of your members and association?
So in a long-term context, that may affect some long-term investment, but really our industry look at that from a Port Lincoln perspective, and all of our infrastructure and companies and the families that own those companies are all based here, and there's not an option to step out or not invest, because that's our local community and that's our family and that's our friends. So really we would stick with what we're doing, we would not stop. But I mean, thinking about climate change as a whole, my understanding is that it may not affect sardines or pelagic species the way it might. I mean, this algae bloom has kind of come left field, and natural upwellings are generally a really good thing and contribute hugely to underpinning the productivity of South Australia's coastline. So that's why we have all these wonderful creatures that are here in the first place, is because we have the nutrients that feed the plankton, that drive the ecosystem, that the sardines feed on, that the tuna come here for, that the whales come here for. So, I mean, I don't like to think about upwellings as a negative thing. It's just that the persistence and the strength of the one that we had last year was highly unusual. And it may happen again, yes, but this paired with the algae bloom has been the real challenge in the short term.
I guess the question is, though, that if these types of events, if things are changing and the conditions are going to be more and more unknown, what role, you know, we're a group of parliamentarians, what role should government be playing in educating, assisting, preparing the industry for what is going to be a constant unknown? Because it is going to be a new norm. I mean, new normal means, makes it sound like it's another kind of set stage. What the scientists are telling us is that nothing will be normal. It is, we actually are going to be in an ongoing period of change.
So around that flexible management piece, where we're not necessarily locked into fishing in certain zones, like we have our quotas are allocated specifically into different areas because they want to spread our effort, which we understand and we agree with. But then when you have whole areas being shut down and fish moving out into different areas, we need mechanisms that allow us to adapt to that. And also with the monitoring as well, we need to be able to be tracking the front of where these blooms are moving. So at the moment, we have to marry up information around chlorophyll from the satellites with algae counts from SASQAP. And at the moment, we're having to do that in our minds at the moment, so that all that information isn't overlaid for industry to have a clear understanding of what's happening out there. So it's really difficult for my skippers when they're trying to make decisions around where to fish. So that they are just still relying on how they see the water quality and the colour that they're seeing in the water.
So there's no kind of one-stop shop. This is all the information we know, and this is the best picture we've got of current conditions.
Sardine produce a report, and Dew are producing an update as well. But then you have to log in to look at the tables that explain all of the Carenia counts, and they do particulate modelling, but it's just like, it's modelling, it's not actual. So yeah, no, there's definitely room for improvement there, and I'm sure that the scientists are working towards that. But we're looking at starting up fishing again in a few weeks, and it's like a really nervous wait to see how we're going to go with that. Generally, this time of year we're not fishing. Winter is a down season for us, but we need to ramp up our fishing in the lead up to Christmas.
Is that complication or that lack of clarity of the information, is that universal across the sector? Like, are you all feeling that you're having to put these pieces together and work out the picture yourself?
If I may just say, we have so much competing information coming in, and as Claire pointed out earlier, we do actually have to overlay, think, look. We've even flown numerous times looking for the dirty water, drawing it around the tuna cages, trying to make plans as to how to move the cages should we have to. All that coming out of two different departments and having to marry all that up ourselves hasn't helped, but at least we've had the information.
Who if you were to be able to give advice as to who should do that and who should make sure that information is clear and available, who would that be?
It's a very interesting question because it goes back to, you have two competing voices here. One of those voices is, let's not make the language so dramatic that it goes around the world that we have an issue, when clearly in lots of areas we don't have an issue? And how do you satisfy the demand locally for information without blowing it out of all proportion? So it's a very hard one. If it means that the information comes in and we actually work on it and it's at a level that we understand and we can operate in, I think it's great. But adding to the media, adding to the noise, the background, the harmful algae bloom, toxicity and all that, it certainly doesn't help the case for the rest of the state.
But if your skippers have to kind of do all this work to work out where to go, and surely, I mean, part of our job here is not just to look at the current situation, it's to say, well, what needs to happen going forward to help industry adapt, help individual businesses work out where best to put their efforts, and the community. I mean, I don't want to apportion blame, but it seems to me that if one of the key things out of this would be some clarity of information and access.
Yes, and something that I've asked for, and Seafood Industry SA has also pointed out, is that, like, so if I have a question or if Thomas has a question, and our questions might be different because we're working from different fisheries, we need somewhere to be able to go and ask those questions. I can't be emailing the head of Sardine. It would be really helpful to have a HAB coordinator for industry that is either working for the Seafood Industry SA body, and that they're funded for a minimum 12 months or 2 years, so that we have a central point of contact that we can go for, and that person has access to all the people within the government and science and laboratories to go and address specific industry issues as they arise. At the moment, we're all just trying to communicate through Seafood Industry SA, and there's a lot of noise there because there's all varying different levels of impact. So, our marine scale fishes should probably be getting heard, but that's a lot of resources for that organisation to be putting to that, and they don't have those resources at the moment. So that's a suggestion.
Senator Grogan.
So would you see there being a role for some form of data set that had an interface that you could actually just see? I'm not familiar enough to give you a laundry list of what would be on it, but the things, and I don't just mean about the algae bloom, I mean in general about the water quality, things that are going on. As you say, various people report various things to various bodies. Some sort of some sort of information point where you could actually simply drill into data to understand impacts across the fisheries.
Yes, absolutely.
Could I just add back to that brevitoxin, especially around the brevitoxin issue? Keep in mind that we haven't, in Australia, have the facility to test, so it needed to be offshore to New Zealand. And as Peter Trelaw said, it was a 9-week wait. So when you're talking the bivalves, they express the brevitoxins very quickly. So it's week by week you're testing, and by the time you get those results back, the brevitoxins might have been expressed. So it's a very hard, it's a moving picture, so to speak. So it's really hard to, until we have the facilities in Australia that we can do quick testing within days, it's going to be hard to have that full centralised data set that you can actually monitor day by day.
It's my understanding that it's not standing the lab up per se, it's the accreditation piece that is what is taking a bit longer. But again, as the Chair has said, if we're looking to, I mean, our purview here is way beyond what might happen tomorrow. What we're trying to do is work out what are the things that we need to put in place to ensure that the industry is supported and protected into the future. Because sure, this is an outbreak of an algal bloom right now, but because we know the climate is changing, the water temperatures are increasing, there is all sorts of things that we weren't expecting. This is an unprecedented event. What do we need to do into the future to make sure that your industry is protected? Please, Mr. Ryan.
We do need a one-stop shop where we can actually pull all this together. But when you go back, we have actually had algal blooms before. We have had fish kill before, not from this specific algae. So it is important to understand it, but it's also important to understand there's very little we can do as operators in that environment. So we could spend $100 million getting a state-of-art, scientific, resourced, real-time water quality and still have no ability to do anything about it. And
I would agree with you, and I think it's very important not to just throw money at things that might sound good, but because the information is there, surely we can bring it together without it being too terribly expensive. Bring it together in a manner that people can use it.
That includes
flying. You know, a lot of the time when you are looking at algal blooms or bad water coming through or dirty water in certain places, flying actually tracks a lot of where it's going and where that information is very important as fish farmers.
You mean flying over it?
To be flying over it, to understand whether or not that's coming at your cages or not. There has been time over my tuna farming career where we've flown, seen dirty water and pulled cages out the way to let that water go through and then come back. There are still many innovative ways to keep up with what is happening, but it needs to be pulled together.
But I think that's the point, because we've heard various examples of things that can be done and different things that people are trying. And so we need to be able to provide enough information, enough of a heads up so that you can pull your cages out of the way or
for those that can do that. And obviously, not every fishing industry
I know.
Can do it. No, not every operator can do it, but it does
I'm well aware of
reduce
that.
what happens out. You know, it does reduce fish death, which is ultimately what we're looking for.
Yeah.
But again, issues like, as Ms Webber said, being able to trade your licences. I'm not saying there's a one-size-fits-all here. There absolutely isn't, and that's part of the problem. But if we're on a kind of, oh well, that won't work for everybody, then we're not going to get anywhere.
No, but what
the,
would
if
work
the fish
is access to information,
exactly
accessible.
So, Ms Webber, you were talking about being able to negotiate with PIRSA to trade some of your licensing to keep fishing in certain areas. So those kind of things, is that just a one-off? Is that something that we should look at?
That could be applied across all facets of fisheries and aquaculture policy. So, I mean, I wasn't talking about trading licenses in particular, although having that ability to trade your license could come into it in different fisheries or our own. I'm talking about like locked-in harvest caps in certain areas. So you might need to
Sorry, I might have misinterpreted.
You might need to move those harvestable amounts between different areas, and that would have to be looked at on a on a scientific basis, on a sustainability basis, but at the moment it's sort of like, well, the policy says you can't. So and we miss those opportunities to build our resilience to events like this, thinking that they might happen again, because the policies are inflexible, or there's a lack of discretion when applying them, or a lack of risk appetite within the department to sort of step out and allow industry to adapt outside of what's written in the management plan, the harvest strategy, or the policy that's being applied.
While still staying within the sort of scientific bounds of...
And of course, industry does never would want to step out of that, because that's to our own detriment.
The other thing I'm kind of interested in is we've heard some sort of conflicting things, and this might be different elements of the industry. So in terms of staffing, Mr. Isle, you've said that the majority of staff are unskilled. Yet we've heard from other operations that their staff, whether they're officially trained with certification, I'm not sure, but that they are highly skilled in what they do, maybe have been trained on the job or on the boat, or however you wish to term it, and that the loss of those people when there's a downturn is highly problematic if you can't get them back. So maybe my interest is in, as we go through disruptions, whether it be this or something else, what are the protection mechanisms in terms of training and development for staffing?
Staffing is Australia's number one issue, and it's no different whether you're in Port Lincoln, Canberra, Brisbane. And what we try to do is we try to run young guys who don't quite fit the mould for the rest of the jobs on shore and pull them through so that in the end of a 5 or 6 year term, they're skippers or engineers, so they're the future leaders. So although they may start off as unskilled labour, and my point around that was one of the fabrics of these coastal towns is where you've got all these guys having ability to work, but it's also a future for them to direct themselves into skippers tickets, engineers tickets. The issue becomes if you can't provide those senior guys long-term roles where they stay connected to the industry, once they go and find other jobs offshore, we don't get them back again, and you don't get a good pull-through of staff. So if we do have a break in that due to something like the HAB, where you're losing a cohort of crew who are just about your new leaders, it takes you so long to catch up.
Thank you. And in terms of skills for the industry going forward, because obviously, as many people have referenced to us, things are changing. Are there things that you think we should be preparing for in terms of training and development of people within the industry now to be able to protect for the future?
I oscillate between 2 points of view on this. One of them is that we can't afford to lose them. It's almost like key man insurance or the job keeper, that sort of, how do we keep these guys in touch with the company so they stay in town and work long term? There has been a lot of change inside the industry when I first started at 16 to where we are now in the way of how we train the skippers. My son has come through and I've seen his syllable for his skipper's ticket going, wow, it was different to mine. It's safety orientated, it's driving all the right messages to the guys of the future. That is well covered. We have good pathways to get guys through, both locally and also in Adelaide, and they're federally recognised tickets. That bit is done well. It's retaining skilled staff. When you're spending the amount of money in some of these industries, companies can spend up to $45 million in feed. You've got to have guys who understand what feeding is. It's not computer generated, it's looking and knowing. And losing that staff and putting the next generation in there, that's where these industries that are doing it tough already, it's really important to retain them. Staff are so important in our operations, it can't be overstated.
Mr. Wood.
Add something. Senator, I think the workforce that we're employing is changing. And it comes down to the point that you raised earlier about access to data and having that ability to access it. Accessing data is one thing, interpreting it and making decisions is another. So within our business, what we're seeing a lot more of is investing in the technical skills. You know, we call them fish performance managers, but they're effectively data scientists that are looking at, you know, what's driving growth, what are the stocking density levels. With the algal bloom, you know, a lot of focus in terms of, okay, what are the algal counts in the water and how does that inform risk and how does that then inform decision making? So I think, you know, part of what we need to balance, and I totally agree with John that, you know, we've got to have the career path for the people that are out there, you know, doing, dare I say it, the manual element of the work, but we also need to invest and attract skills in to deal with a different risk profile in our industry.
Mr. McNabb?
Yeah, I will add to that from a wild catch sector point of view and abalone specifically. We probably haven't experienced the growth in our price that we probably should have over the years, and the return back to the vessel, but the cash to vessel return to the owner is a lot smaller than what it used to be. And therefore, when I first started 30 odd years ago, it would, I mean, people were lining up down the street to become a sheller or a diver. Now it's very hard to find them because the return back to the boat is a lot lower. But also in saying that, in the last probably 15 or so years, industry's been very focused on sustainability, and therefore in our industry we've voluntarily undercut our TACs, so total annual catch, and that has also probably been problematic as far as to the return to the vessel. So we've taken this real track of looking after being sustainable and looking after the biomass to build the biomass, but at the same time we probably ignored our markets and being complacent in that side. That's abalone specific, and also you can look at rock lobster have had their issues as well. So it doesn't help when the return back to the boat is a lot lower than what it used to be. So it hasn't moved up. And being at the end of the day, the irony is it's a beautiful protein. It's pure. It's straight from the ocean. It hasn't been contaminated, especially on these coasts. And we really don't cash in on that.
Because seafood protein is not tracked land-based protein in price growth, has it? It's underperformed by about 30% in the last few years.
Just some of your colleagues are.
I know. If I just want to get from Ms. Webber, if you had any other commentary about the training and development aspect, and then I'll hand over.
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. I'd like to develop the picture that I have about what impact this has had on demand, that is, the algal bloom has had on demand for product across the different industries represented here, and in particular if it's possible to break that down by demand in South Australia, demand Australia-wide, and then kind of overseas demand. Are you seeing effects at each of those different levels, and are they different?
Although I touch on marketing a small amount, at the moment our relationships with the Japanese are strong enough to see us through the current media hype with the HAB. But you certainly wouldn't want it to be, I would say, overblown. You wouldn't want to actually excite the public more than where we are, because it is still safe. We still do residue testing. We don't add antibiotics. We feed natural feed. We do all the right things. So on an export side, I think it's not too bad. When it comes to marine scale, fish sales and prices are certainly down because of that general perception of contamination, bloom, toxin, and we are seeing an impact there, or I certainly am seeing an impact there. Coffin Bay, Vongalay, again, outside the scope of where the HAB is. It's on the west side of the peninsula. It is still being harvested, it's still being sold, but there I have been told anecdotally that there is a general pushback on anything that's got SA on it, even as though it's way distant outside of what we do. Sardines is sold internally to all the tuna farms. It's a symbiotic relationship that keeps tuna farms sustainable in this group, and the price is negotiated each year. But in those contracts, there aren't any contracts on deliverables. There's the price. So if we don't get the product, the tuna industry will suffer, and if we do suffer a downturn on feed, you have a downturn of product quality and hence then a downturn in price.
And just to add to that, you were talking about delivery pressure. We've brought forward, we're going to bring forward our fishing this year. So we're concerned about those sardines being more difficult to catch. And so we actually have more pressure on our vessels to catch sardines towards the end of this year ahead of the next tuna season, more so than we've had in previous years.
And Mr. Wood?
For us, I think if I look at each of the species in turn, abalone, not a significant impact in terms of demand. We're exporting a large portion of it, and our main threat is really production coming out of China rather than reputational risk of Australian produce or South Australian produce. Mussels, we did see, as I mentioned earlier, we lost market share overseas, not because of reputation, but inability to supply. I think we had a slight dip when we re-entered the market in Australia, but that's largely has been regained now. And Kingfisher's pretty resilient in terms of demand, so for us as a business, we haven't seen a material shift at this point.
So you've touched on this earlier, Mr.
Thank you
McNabb.
for your question. We predominantly are in the export market, so I suppose our position at the moment is unusual. We're experiencing the last 12 months at probably a depressed market, and there's many factors to that, and that as Mr. Wood just commented to, is the probably oversupply of the aquaculture abalone from China and South Africa into the Chinese market. So that has really depressed that wild catch, and also I think there's been some changes to what the allowance are for members of Parliament over there or what have you to actually on their banquets and their spending, and also the downturn in the economy. So there's been a magnitude of different reasons why that there's a depressed market at the moment. We are now entering into the market where the demand goes high for the next 6 months traditionally, and in the past the wholesalers would have purchased by now and they would hold the product, but what we're experiencing is they're reluctant to take that risk, and therefore they'll be the market will probably be dribble fed, so to speak, by consignments over the next 6 months, and hence why I suppose I refer to that comment around, the seafood industry, South Australia's submission around that context around messaging, because that is really important. At this point, from what I understand, we aren't experiencing too much pushback or questions around the HAB, but that could quite easily turn at any point.
Thank you. Mr. Treloar, did you want to add anything to that?
Thank you. Yes, as far as the oyster industry is concerned, most of our sales are domestic. The small amount is exported, but primarily it's the domestic market that we satisfy. And anecdotally, again, we're hearing of some reluctance from consumers to order and eat oysters for no good reason, because, as I said earlier, all the oysters that hit the table are quite safe to eat. While I've got the opportunity, I'm going to digress a bit. I just want to pick up on something that Claire Webber mentioned about the upwelling. It's an interesting phenomenon because it occurs reasonably often, but it's not regular, either in timing or volume. When it does, when the upwelling does occur and it hits the South Australian coast, that's actually a good thing for the oysters. Oysters are filter feeders, and a high nutrient inflow influx that comes with the upwelling is actually a good thing, and the oysters thrive on that. So that's an interesting point, and I'm not sure how much longer this hearing is going to go, but there was a question earlier about the movement of oysters from bay to bay, both volume and frequency, and I'm happy to take that on notice and get back to you with the best guess we can establish. So I'll get back to you on that one.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Treloar. That'd be really helpful.
Mr. McNabb.
Could I add to Mr. Treloar's comment about the upwelling? I think it's important to note that generally means that that's very cold water. So back in November 2023, we experienced an upwelling, and the average temperature around the time should have been around 16 degrees. It dropped to around 10 to 11 degrees, and that was here for about 9 months until about July of 2024. And then we went into this complete flip where we went into really warm water. So it's important to note that upwellings generally are cold water events. And from my diving experience of 35 years, and I can tell you underwater you do know what water temperatures are, and I've experienced more cold water events than what I have warmer water events. It's just something to note, I think, because it's important to go back historically without being caught on a snagged on this is something that's going to happen all the time, because we do experience cold water events often. So that data's sitting there. That's easy to go back and assess. So I think that's an important note, that's all.
Go ahead.
In terms of there's been some reference to increased costs, and I understand, I think, intuitively why travelling further to different fishing grounds or harvesting grounds is going to increase costs for operators. What, if any, are the other increased costs you're experiencing at this point in time? In terms of operators in your various industries, they probably differ.
Yeah, I think that's a fair question.
I can comment certainly from an aquaculture perspective. Part of what we've seen on the abalone farms, for example, is that with the algae being pumped ashore and getting into the tanks, the animals are stressed. Therefore, the husbandry response is that we reduce feed. That means the animals lose condition, so therefore you need to actually feed more and have special diets to help them regain that condition before you can consider harvesting. So there is an additional cost of working, as an example there. Husbandry costs also go up. We sweep the tanks more frequently, ensure that we're providing the best possible environment for the animals. If I look at our kingfish operations, significant impact for us has been in the nursery, where we did lose a high portion of our first run of fish from toxins. So, additional cost of working in terms of labour to clean filters and additional investment costs. We had to invest just under $1 million to put in unplanned water treatment with carbon filtration as a means of trying to mitigate the risk. So, for us, it's both capital and operating costs that are impacts.
With a tuna slant on, we've actually, this year, we have had higher mortalities than previous history. Not all of that can be actually driven down to Carina because it is and has been tested. We sent fish off to be looked at to see whether or not they died of that, and it wasn't. But we did see higher mortality. So when that actually in an event like that happens, we have finished work for the day, the divers are finished diving, and we dive 200 days a year, so we have a reasonable idea about visibility, algae, all the sort of natural signs that you see. You take a decision at 3 in the afternoon that you're going to start moving cages out of the way of the bloom. There is boat cost, dive cost, staff costs, and then you add that on top of the mortality loss. A day event like that can easily be $20,000 to $40,000, as we experienced this year. But in the end, you are trying to move your animals to the best, cleanest water that you can. And that is part of being a tuna farmer. You do not want to see any animals die. You want to have your mortalities as low as possible. You have to put that money in to do the job properly.
Why do you think you had an increased mortality rate?
We had an algal bloom from the very, very start from that upwelling, Senator. We have had visibility down to 0.5 metre. It has been dirty out there for the whole year. But that doesn't mean we haven't seen it before. We have seen years like this before where visibility, I've been in the water and not being able to see my hand there. Unfortunately, that is the environment. We can't fish offshore, ocean offshore. We have to roll with what we've got and manage as best we can with what we have in the environment. And a lot of that is derived, as we discussed earlier, by the upwellings that do come. And obviously this year you've had the triple whammy of upwelling, Murray River, and quite hot after cold. But it's the working, and we try to mitigate as much loss as we can, because obviously loss is profit.
If I could just address Senator's question just quickly from a sardine perspective as well. So you've asked what additional costs are there. So even though we're steaming looking for the fish for longer, so we're trying to access different grounds, but there's actually a search element of what we do when we fish. And also because the fish had moved, we were seeing lower catches, so then we were increasing our number of net sets. And that's how we measure effort in our fishery. For example, we have an agreement with the government for 20% observer coverage in our fishery. So that's an independent observer program. So then because we had increased net sets, because we were getting lower amounts of fish, now we've had an increase in the cost of the observer program to deliver that. Another example might be because we're steaming from further away back to Port Lincoln, the quality of the sardines are impacted because they're in the hold for 17 hours while they're being transported, and a lower quality sardine might have a knock-on effect for a slower growth rate in the tuna farms. Or another example of where it might cost us, and this is crystal balling, so is that we have a scientific survey done. We call it the DEPM, Daily Egg Production, where they measure the number of sardine eggs in the water column, and then they do their science to work out the stock biomass that we then set our quota against. Part of that survey is done in Investigator Strait in Gulf of St Vincent, and that's due in April next year. If they don't find the number of eggs in that survey that we usually find in those areas, we may experience a reduction in our quota allocation, huge cost involved in that, and that's that uncertainty piece there. So the way that you can unpack the increased costs is like, I'll probably sit here and workshop that with you for many more hours.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
My last one. Can I ask about the measures each of the different industry sets implement in terms of stewardship of the ocean? I think I conceptually grasp sustainable catch limits, but are there other things as part of that stewardship that you're doing to improve or to assist in the health of the marine environment?
So broadly, we focus on our own fishery and the things and the operational things that we can do on board our vessels to limit and mitigate any impact that we're having on the marine environment. And we're talking outside of the harvest rates of the fishery, because that's just taken as a given that we would not be harvesting outside any sustainable limit. That's the expectation of our industry. That's the expectation of our nation. But there are always plenty of other things we can do to limit a bycatch, for example, through the use of deterrent devices on our nets, or not fishing areas that we know where there might be more bycatch than others and avoiding those areas, which also helps us because we don't want that bycatch in our nets. We're there to catch sardines. And so the fishers are all acutely aware of that. And as our crews come through as well, they are too. They're the next generation. They're young men that care deeply about the marine environment that they work in as well. And often they've chosen their career path into the fishing industry because of their passion for the marine environment.
I've got a final question for Mr. McNabb. You mentioned the die-off or kind of loss of abalone in 2014.
2005, I believe.
2005.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What was the response to for the industry and assistance for the industry in that situation?
That's an interesting question. You're going back 20 years. I find it hard to give you probably an accurate answer to that question. I would say that again, I wasn't on committee at that time.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there was quite good connectivity with government around the die-off. I think it was reported by industry themselves. Luckily, it didn't. It was only a small area. It reached as far as we call an area called Farm Beach up to Gallipoli Beach, which is where they made the movie.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's only a small stretch of coastline, but it has very low action with the swells coming in, so it's not stagnant. It does encourage a little bit of tide, but it's an area that probably is stagnant to a degree.
Mm-hmm.
So we're lucky that, and I believe it was a Carenia bloom. I don't believe it actually made its way any further. This is unusual. As we've mentioned today, we have many blooms constantly. I'd say every couple of years we have an upwelling or a bloom of some sort. I've dived in all sorts of colours of water, from green to brown to yellow. And as John said, that can be 1 metre vis, and that can be from 2 to 4 months. So it's something that we experience consistently along the coast. It's just nothing to this level, and this algal bloom itself with that Carenia, and it's a mix. And as they said earlier, that they don't even really haven't identified what Carenia species are in there. There's multiples, and they're not unsure of which one's expressing their brevitoxin.
All right. Yes.
Ms. Webber, can you just give us your total quota for the last however long you can give us over just on notice, not now, but just...
Yes, absolutely. So absolutely. Our quota really varies from 45,000 tonnes to 50,000 tonnes.
What's the last 10 years of sample or something like that would be great.
Yeah, and I mean, it's notable. We are Australia's largest catch by volume fishery. So.
Do you have anything?
I could keep going. Just one small thing. We heard from a different industry that they had seen that it's quite normal to see quite a variability between catch year on year, and not always be able to understand what that was
down to.
Do you see that variability in general terms, or do you normally have quite a steady understanding of exactly what's happening
In the
next?
time that I've been here and president of the Sardine Association, basically the catch, it's only 17% of the biomass. So it is a very limited catch, and it makes that resource very, very stagnant. You can get it, you can rely on it. And on the tuna side, there has been fish swimming past Port Lincoln, and the reason why is because of the sardines for time immemorial, and that has been a steady too. You have the only thing that really will affect catch is weather events and environmental events like this. And it when the bloom goes, which it will do at some point, I am very positive it will bounce back.
That's certainly the evidence that we've seen. Yeah. Thank you so much. And any difference?
It sounds like Mr. Treloar might have something to add to that.
Just in relation to oysters, oysters are farmed within aquaculture zones and within leases, so growers are able to purchase and own a lease. That's a bit of a conundrum, but anyway, they're responsible for the management of their own lease, but carrying capacity is determined by line length, allowable line length, which is determined by PIRSA, once again, as the regulator, and it reflects the carrying capacity of any particular bay. So capacity is regulated depending on the productivity of the water.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time today and for taking some of our questions on notice, and we look forward to getting that information back as soon as possible. We are going to suspend now for half an hour.
Chair,
yes.
Peter Treloar, can I say one last thing?
Yes, sure.
As I said, I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person, but I really believe that the evidence you've received this morning, it has been excellent. And my congratulations go to my seafood colleagues for the job they've done today. It's been excellent evidence for your committee.
Thank you. Thank you. Well noted. Thank you. So we are going to suspend for 30 minutes, but when we come back, we have a community section. Now, some people have previously registered to participate in that. Others are feeling a little bit nervous about whether they should just put in a submission. I encourage you, we do have 30 minutes where there's an opportunity for members of the community to tell us what they're feeling, what they're thinking, give us any further evidence that you think is important. We're not scary, so if you do want to sit at the table and have your say, I encourage you to do so. If not, of course, you can still put in a written submission. So we'll suspend for 30 minutes. Thank you. members of the local community who are registered to come and speak with us. So I'd invite you to come and sit at the table. I can't read all these from here.
Right, Miss Kirsten Ruff and Mr. Peter Meadows.
I can read Mr. Wright and Mr. Vorrell. Are you Miss? I don't know. Is there somebody on the phone? Okay.
Hello.
Hi, is that you, Mr. Vorrell?
Speaking.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just hang about there for a moment.
Thanks very much.
Do you want to, does he? Yes. Would you like to join the table? Yes. Come and join the table. And we'll get Hansard to write your name down. I'm going to just go through the process that we do for all of our witnesses, where you just give us your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing. And in this instance, you're appearing, as members of the community. But if you've got a particular expertise or reason, you can note that, and then we'll give you each an opportunity to say some things that you want to say. And up here on our side, if we've got follow-up questions, we will ask, but this is an opportunity for you to have a moment to have your say. So we'll start with you, Mr. Vorrell, on the phone.
Well, thank you very much. My name's Victor Borrell. I'm an industrial chemist. I was drawn to this by a friend who suggested I'd become somewhat interested in what's going on with the algal bloom, because some years ago, and I'll describe that further in my presentation, I developed a fire retardant that I believe would not have caused this issue. If you can let me just continue with my my presentation, I'll commence. That's okay.
We'll come. We will. Just trying to think the best way to do this. We'll come back to you. I just want to get everybody's name on that Hansard record. On the record for Hansard first, and then we'll come back to you. Mr. Wright.
My name's Andrew Wright. I'm here as a citizen of Port Lincoln, been a resident for around 25 years, and been involved in the marine tourism industry in Port Lincoln, specialising in taking people shark cage diving and swimming with the Australian sea lions, so got an interest and knowledge of that area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kirsten Ruff. I'm also a public citizen of Port Lincoln. I have a background in natural resource management, and I worked for the southern bluefin tuna industry for 30 years as a research scientist, and have done a bit of work on oceanography and the likes, and was hoping to be maybe able to fill some of the gaps and provide some context to some other information today.
Okay.
Yeah, my name's Peter Meadows. I'm a long-term resident of Port Lincoln, probably for the last 50 years on and off. I'd just like to give a little bit of info from a private citizen point of view and a recreational fisherman's point of view into how this bloom's possibly affecting me.
Thank you.
My name is Ip Swain. I'm a marine scientist. I'm also living in Port Lincoln. I have been into marine science for nearly more than 40 years. Worked overseas and came to Australia in 98, and I then had lectureship at Flinders University, and then I worked for 10 years for Sardine Aquatic Sciences.
Okay, thank you. We'll go back to you, Mr. Vorrell. I'll give you a few minutes to say your piece, and then we'll move on.
Well, thank you. Look, I'm coming at it from quite a different perspective, actually, but thanks very much for the opportunity to speak on what I found to be a major cause, the distribution of possible solutions for this marine disaster that appears to escape the scrutiny of some government agencies like Biosecurity, PIRS Society and so on, where the monitoring of surface and marine water nutrients has clearly not been a priority over many decades, else some red flags would have certainly been raised. I mean, the mention of nutrients hasn't been terribly specific, but nitrogen and phosphorus are the two most significant elements required for algal growth And this information is actually the data I've obtained from Adelaide Aqua's own data from the desalination plant at Lonsdale from the 2017 to 24, shows there's been a significant increase in seawater nitrogen concentration. Huge spikes in phosphorus concentrations have also occurred in 2023 onwards. Interestingly, sea temperatures remained fairly constant over that time. Now, humans have got a relatively short memories relating cause to effect. But if one ventures back to the bushfire on the Eyre Peninsula, where you people are, in 2012, where huge volumes of the fire retardant Phoschic was used, there was a serious Corenia Mikimotoi bloom at Coffin Bay that occurred 2 years later in 2014. Now, this is not coincidental. Phoschic is essentially composed of nitrogen, phosphorus and sulphur, algal growth nutrients, and then you've got the red dye added usually in iron oxide to mark its distribution and fires. There are many examples globally of serious algal blooms that occurred within months to years, depending on the proximity to the sea after the use of Phoschic on bushfires. See, no one's mentioned the fact that what's caused this. So I've looked into this quite seriously over the last few months. This year, a farmer at Kangaroo Island described to me the massive volumes of that red stuff they dropped from planes, as they described, in the 2020 fires that burned half the island, and having found that 1.25 million litres of the retardant, this fire retardant, was used on Kangaroo Island and the Fleurieu Peninsula, I discovered that leaching of these nutrients to the sea can take several years, depending on rainfall, which has been sporadic in the South Australia area. Also, our Gulf has dodged tides that reduce water movement, reducing the dilution of these nutrients. The data from Adelaide Aquas, which is SA Water's desalination plant, clearly indicates elevated levels of nitrogen, phosphorus in seawater since the 2020 bushfire. However, historic water quality data needs to be obtained and scrutinised to establish a definitive link to the use of Phoschic, as the ratios and elevated levels of nitrogen, phosphorus and sulphate will provide this evidence. Interestingly, SA Water won't release this data, which I find a bit frustrating. Now, unfortunately, Australia is beholden to US standards and products for fire retardants, Phoschic being an example of, and a sort of leading authority ensuring this is strongly upheld is AFAC, or the Australasian Fire Authority Council. As I mentioned earlier, as an industrial chemist, I developed a very effective fire retardant about 15 years ago that's free of nitrogen, phosphorus and sulphur that meets stringent CSIRO ecotoxicity requirements and NATA BAL 40 bushfire standards. However, the CFS won't even trial it, as it doesn't meet the US standards. Now, I have every confidence that its use in place of the Phoschic would have alleviated these blooms. And my question is, why is Australia still using US fire retardant standards and products, which I am very sincerely convinced this has actually contributed significantly to the fire? One last point. I've got my own laboratory, I recently obtained some frozen cockles collected from Goolwa Beach in February 2024. From an Adelaide bait shop here, and was able to germinate the resting cysts of the Corenia algae in my own lab. As these cysts can obviously withstand extremes in conditions, including freezing, and were present in these cockles. Now, I also found, having spoken to the people that supply these cockles, 400 tonnes of the cockles are harvested annually from the southeastern Goolwa, and I believe are likely to be causing the spread of the algae around the state when used as fishing bait. Very last point, the Chinese have actually had these problems for a number of years. They've developed a naturally occurring bacteria in bioreactors called Pseudoautomonas, which lyses the cells of these dinoflagellates. And to use clay, which is only a temporary fix, will only force these organisms into the resting cyst state. And we're probably going to be facing worse problems down the track if that's used. So we need to eliminate these organisms biologically, I believe. But that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and appreciate you for a lot of information in a short amount of time. So very well done. Mr. Wright.
No, I don't have a...
You don't have anything else to add? You don't have anything else?
Just happy to take questions.
No worries. Okay. Ms. Ruff.
Actually, thank you to the speaker online. That was actually really interesting. I'd just like to make a couple of comments. Firstly, that Eyre Peninsula has experienced blooms of Corenia previously, obviously not to the same extent as the one now, and I think that goes somewhat towards showing that here on Eyre Peninsula, we actually have a reasonably resilient ecosystem and able to, while we do have these aberrations and these things do proliferate, the system is able to come back into balance more quickly because our environment generally is under less stress than that Gulf close to Adelaide. So I do firmly believe that we need, going forward, to work on ecosystem restoration to improve that resilience so that these toxic species are less able to persist. We've certainly had heat waves before and had algal blooms, but it's been the better algae, the algae which are actually useful to productivity and to the wider ecosystem, which have bloomed. Consequently, the blooms have not persisted because everything further down the ecosystem line has chomped them down to bring everything back into balance. There's another point on the baseline monitoring and the likes. We're very lucky in Eyre Peninsula that we have a vibrant aquaculture industry. Because of that aquaculture industry, we do have data collection and monitoring of our bays. It could be something, aquaculture, I think, could be part of the solution to rectifying some of the imbalances in that other Gulf, particularly with shellfish. Shellfish reefs is definitely part of the system, and here in Port Lincoln we also, I think, strive to benefit a lot from the rollout of shellfish reefs because we have coastal erosion problems here and we don't actually have a plan B for our transport network which runs along those cliffs as you drove in from the airport. Shellfish reefs can take the energy out of the waves as they're coming in, and these wave and storm events are only predicted to increase with climate change. So climate change, contributing factors to climate change is another thing which is a positive which can come out of this. We need to be doing more to counteract that and to help our councils and industries adapt. There's so much carbon dioxide in the system now, we're not going to immediately reverse it, but we can make the adaptation through till we get to a net zero scenario smoother. There was another point I was going to make and I've just forgotten it. I'd like to also thank some of the presenters this morning because they've brought up some terrific points and gaps in our system. The Doppler radar is one of them. We're in a complete black spot here. That's something which could be very easily rectified. We also have some decisions here which are placing Port Lincoln at a much higher risk for these future events than what it needs to be, and that is something else which could happen out of this Senate inquiry. We need the money to get some of these decisions on the placement of desalination plants right. We have an option here on Eyre Peninsula to place a desalination plant on Shoal Point, which is SA Water land, inject that water directly into the aquifer. The distribution network and the bore field and the electricity already exists, so we can negate some of those infrastructure costs and thereby take that pressure off Boston Bay. Boston Bay itself has been severely degraded in the past. It was actually the introduction of aquaculture into the system which necessitated a clean-up, including processing wastewater and reducing the amount of effluent from the abattoirs and the fish processing factories, all of those cumulative straws which negatively impact on the resilience. So over the past 30 years that I was involved in aquaculture, I think aquaculture has actually benefited the bay because it's cleaned up a lot of these other things which were degrading it. So our system is recovering. However, we do still get blooms of toxic algae and they do have impacts on aquaculture, but they're relatively short-lived. So we're still in a recovery phase, I think, and I think this could be sped up by restoring some of those things like the shellfish reefs.
Thank you. Mr. Meadows.
53 years ago I came to this town as a 15-year-old, very excited as I flew over the Gulf and saw the islands and the water glistening in my mirror, and I fell in love with Port Lincoln, and I said I'm going to live here one day. As a trainee teacher, I dreamt of perhaps getting a full-time permanent job here, and luckily I was able to get that. So it was in a special ed unit travelling around the whole of the Eyre Peninsula servicing kids with disabilities. So I got to see the whole gamut of what Eyre Peninsula had to offer. And even when I started my teaching career in Adelaide before that on contracts, I used to come here every holidays to surf, to fish, to dive. And so my well-being was really enriched by being in touch with this place. And I'm proud to call Port Lincoln my home after retiring 10 years ago as a teacher. The body's failing me a little bit now, but I still get out on the water as a recreational fisherman. I still see the bays and up and down the coast regularly, so I'm well able to extrapolate what this place means to many people. And so my little slant that I'd like to offer the committee is about mental wellbeing and health. You mentioned before about what resources that perhaps you could offer the community here, and I haven't heard anyone talk about perhaps some counselling services or something to get a person that's a little bit upset at what's happening to be able to ring up and say, hey, this is really upsetting me. My paradise that I live in is at risk. And we all know, it's all been mentioned in the speakers, perhaps what the propagators of that risk is, the runoff from farms, the rivers, the streams. I've cockled at Goolwa for 20 years collecting cockles, so I was interested in that first speaker about that. I'm probably guilty of that. I go and collect my cockles, I bring them back here and I feed them to whiting, and then the whiting feeds me, and so the food chain goes on. But that's always been something I've really enjoyed doing and loved. And lately, in talking to my friends that I fish with and all that, there's a sense of doom and gloom happening about, geez, are we going to be able to do this? We're just in our retiring years now. We're still going to be able to enjoy the fruits of our hard work and the ability to buy a boat and get out in the water and see what we do and do what we do. And so I perhaps put it to the committee that if they want to be helping someone, perhaps some funding for some counselling services. The allied health services in country towns is well documented to be below par. I'm going through a lot of that at the moment, having to go to Adelaide for treatment and various things, and it's a nightmare, trying to get proper health services here. I'll leave you one last anecdote. I walked down the jetty, or limped down the jetty about a month ago, and I looked down to the stairs to the right of the jetty that Peter Davis uses to launch his little boat to go to Boston Island, and I noticed these spider crabs on top of the stairs. There was about 5 of them. Spider crabs are a large crab. They're not meat-filled crabs, but they frequent the bays around here. And it's the first time I've ever seen these spider crabs out of the water, climbing up the stairs, maybe to get out of the water. And I thought, that's a little story perhaps where the algal bloom has affected our bay here. Who knows? They might do it regularly, but I've never seen it in 50 years of walking the jetty and looking down at those stairs before. So if you could help with some counselling services and put some people in place where there's a hotline or something, and I can ring up if I'm feeling really down, someone just to talk to about it, just to go through the other issues in life which surround these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meadows. I appreciate that. Dr. Swain.
Swain, that's right. It's sworn in English. Thank you so much for allowing me to say a few bits here. I have contributed with a submission to this committee, and I sincerely hope you will read it, because it contradicts everything what SA Water preach, and with SA Water, the current government. The cause of the bloom is just that the gentleman mentioned on the phone is nutrients which are coming into the water column, and a bloom like that cannot exist without nitrogen and phosphate. And the major source for that has to be the Murray River. And because we have had rain runoff all the way up from its tributaries coming out, and also along the river there are numerous sewage plant, runoff from agriculture, and all this contribute to this bloom in a certain way. There's also been an upwelling, but what has been neglected is the impact of the desalination plant, and the gentleman mentioned that as well, because it contributes significantly to nitrogen and phosphate into the seawater, and also various toxic substances used to clean the pipings and the filters. And so this health plan is a serious marine threat, and it cannot be denied. And I have provided the international literature describing the impact of this desalination plant, and it would be completely foolish not to suggest that the Adelaide desalination plant, it has a major influence on how the algal bloom progressed. Now, the Carenia alga has been known for blooming since 1935. The physiology of the organism was described in 1990 by a Norwegian group, and I happened to be in Scandinavia when there was a large bloom of that particular alga, and I've seen the consequences of it. It was an entire different physical environment, and so it's not related to any specific environment. There's probably several strains of that alga, and it can reoccur again. And but the point is here that the desalination plant is contributing to the algal bloom. It cannot be denied. It's documented in the international literature. It's not me who said it. I have presented it to you. You can read it yourself. And so the next thing I then discussed is the contribution of science and monitoring. And the problem is that there has been no monitoring at all. What we're talking about here is casual observations, and the same is what Sardine has been exposed to, is to contribute with casual observations, not really monitoring. And you can't learn anything from just observe. You have to have a statistical, rigorous environment where you measure these parameters, which are the driving force. And but that exists already, but is ignored. I did provide Merida Rudy, which is the Director for Fisheries and Agriculture, with a review of impact of desalination plants. That was in 2024, where this paper was published, and they have no knowledge of it, and neither did SA Water. It has never been mentioned, but it's a fundamental stepping stone for how we move on. And similar, you can't just criticize without coming out with a solution, and it already exists, because monitoring programs of pollution is common in Western Europe, and it was a big thing in the 1970s where the statistical issues was solved, because if you measure impact on one desalinity plant, you have no replicates, so you have no variance, so you can't calculate statistic error on it. So you have to do various other things. And such program I have suggested, called Scope of Growth, it is approved by the International Oceanographic Committee for Exploration of the Sea, and has been so many years. And the whole message is well described, and books and people are doing it, and I have proposed that several times, but there are no interest in, because people in administration believe that there is a long-term financial price associated with starting these programs. So that's essentially it, and I just hope you will listen to this and also maybe contribute to this sad issue with putting a desalination plant here in Port Lincoln, despite all advice to the contrary. And there's also a government report from 2007 where this issue was brought up first time, where BHP wanted a desal plant at Point Lowry. We went through all that discussion and it was rejected. That is completely forgotten. All the environmental issues associated with that, they move on. And the reason for this is, of course, they claim that we have no water. The people of South Australia don't have water shortage. It's SA Water which has water shortage, because they contribute with water to the mining industries. And it's very hard to get these data out of SA Water. But there is from 2023, the largest water consumer in South Australia is the mining industries with 1,400 gigalitres of water a year, and it's increasing with 5% every year. The next largest one is the agriculture industry with 800 megalitres per year. A lot of that comes from private bores. And then further down, you have sort of consumption for drinking water, etc. So the whole thing goes to this, and it has also been said in interviews on ABC with the mining industry that they expect the government to provide water as they want it. And it's probably embedded in their license agreement, I don't know. But that is really the issue. So there is no water shortage except for if we are contractually obligated to provide water from to the mining industry. So that's the key of the issue. But the fact is that we cannot ignore that desalination plant, particularly the large one in Adelaide. The one we have here is only 8 gigalitre, which were coming up, but it is put in the middle of agriculture zones. It's an insult. It's really an insult because there's no need to do it, as also Kirstenhoff suggests. So that's it. Thank you for me. I appreciate listening to me.
Thank you. Are there any questions for any of our community reps?
I'm going to get Mr. Wright. He sat here. He's been through this.
Okay. Senator Cadell.
We've heard about the grants to small business. We've heard about a drop in tourism. The numbers we heard this morning were 22% in visitor numbers here, 17% in spend. What are you experiencing on the coalface? I know my staff member Kelly wanted a site visited your shark tank. She thinks she'll get on well with the great whites. How are you going?
Look, I mean, I guess this algal bloom situation is, to me, it's probably just a repeat of the drama that the tourism industry faced through COVID, sort of thing. There's lots of things on lots of fronts attacking you. So I suppose we ended up more resilient because of that sort of thing. So this is just another hurdle in the road. Yeah, absolutely. Numbers are down, sort of thing. I mean, white sharks. I mean, we've got data going back for 25 or 30 years of their visitations to the islands that we go to. And it shows a fair bit of variation, sort of thing. We've had bad patches in the past. I mean, for us, it's probably been February last year was the last time it was good for us from a sightings point of view. And then visitor numbers very closely follow sightings. I mean, people don't book if there's no sharks around, and I don't blame them, sort of thing. I think the data around the percentages around the visitor number drops and the expenditure drops. I mean, that's probably more Eyre Peninsula wide, sort of thing. And I think that also has a bit to do with just the general state of the economy, sort of thing. I guess if people haven't got money, they'd rather eat than go on a holiday, and rather pay the rent than go shark diving. Fair enough, I get it, sort of thing. So there's other factors in play as well. You guys would have had your flights booked. You probably didn't know how much we paid for it, sort of thing. So, getting to Port Lincoln is probably twice as expensive as it was 3 or 4 years ago. So, if there's something else that the Senate can do that's separate to this committee, it's separate to this inquiry, it might be to sort out the fiasco of screening at regional airports, sort of thing, where you've got that bizarre situation that one airline's passengers get screened and the other ones don't, sort of thing, and the consumer pays for it, sort of thing, and it's we're buying some new planes for Qantas, and it's great. But getting back to the bloom, yes, it affects business. I mean, we've had cancellations, people saying, look, we're not coming, we're worried, we've got skin irritations, we don't want to go and swim with the sea lions, sort of thing. So, but I think it's got worse since the media made a bigger song and dance about it. I mean, this morning we were sort of saying that there wasn't just a aha moment, it's something that crept up on us, kind of thing. But I guess once it started washing up on West Beach and it was very visible, sort of thing, that's when the media grab hold of it and run with it and shout it, sort of thing. And that was probably really the turning point where we noticed that, you know, the phone ringing of people concerned about it, sort of thing. So not that we were hiding it before, sort of thing. We were fielding questions, but not nearly the volume since then, sort of thing.
Any other questions? No.
To everyone or
To anybody?
Yeah. Mr.
Including, don't forget that we've got somebody on the line.
Yeah.
Yep.
You talk about mental health out here. We spoke about it earlier. I think one of the earlier things we raised about how that's going, it was raised by, I think, council might have raised that as a thing. What services exist on the Eyre Peninsula for that now? Is there anything whatsoever?
Well, if I want a doctor's appointment to say something that happened now, it'd be 6 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks before I could get an actual appointment, which sometimes makes it hard if you need a script or something to counter a, say, COVID outbreak, or if you need some antivirals or whatever. As for counselling services, I know one counsellor in the doctor's clinic that I go to, but I wouldn't know how long to go there. Psychiatry or psychology services, probably 4 to 6 months waiting list. Dentist appointments, 6 months, get a tooth that's killing you fixed, So that whole mental well-being, health, allied health sort of stuff is just appalling, the services here. And I guess as you get older, you notice it more because you require more services and you're not young and, bulletproof as much. But, I just think with this issue, there's a lot of people that are hurting and a lot of people that are, secretly, hurting at home. I live on my own. I have my thoughts, and sometimes those thoughts are going quite negative because I'm thinking, will my house be worth the same as what it is now in 10 years' time when I have to sell it to buy a bed in a retirement village? Or will I be able to do such and such because I can't fish anymore? I use fish as a greeting, I'd trade fish to friends in Adelaide. They'd love me. If I didn't bring fish over, I'd probably lose about 2 dozen friends. They wouldn't know what to do when I came over. But that's all part of that whole evolving circle of good health because you're providing a service. But so that would be my summary.
Yeah. And Mr. Varel, there is a million questions I want to ask you, but given the time, I think I'm going to ask you. We might contact you out of this setting after the things you raised, if that's okay.
Sure, and actually I just wanted to follow up what the professor said about the Murray River, because the 2,500 kilometres of the Murray River, they collected a lot of runoff from the incredible numbers of bushfires they had over there, and the millions and litres of that nitrogen and phosphorus containing retardant as well. So that's also contributed. It's not just the localised Kangaroo Island and Fleurieu one, but it's all to do with the nutrients and where it's come from and why it's actually surfaced now, as opposed to why hasn't this happened, for decades prior.
Thank you, Mr. Farrell. We just have another member of the community who's joined the table. Mr. Scott, could you introduce yourself, give us your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
I'm known as John Scott. I'm a retired engineer. I've lived all my life in the Grey electorate, which you'd be aware perhaps is 92% of the driest part of South Australia, the driest state and the driest of the settled continents. So very conscious of the importance of water supply. I spent most of my engineering career at the Wireless Steelworks in capacity of Chief Engineer Steelmaking and various project management roles, design roles, had a lot to do with the major water systems for that area, and became aware of the need for desalination. And I grew up on a farm adjoining the Todd Reservoir in the Coppio Hills out here, which is now defunct because of the effects of the climate change, basically, and contaminants. But going to this topic today, toxins in the seawater column have triggered cessation of various aquaculture activities in Spencer Gulf as a result of this algal bloom, and we must anticipate that that will occur again and again as climate change continues to grow. We should anticipate that toxins in this water column will compromise the operation of any desalination process and possibly periods of cessation of desalination. and this is particularly relevant, I'm really concerned about the vulnerability of the Billy Lights desalination proposal. So this is the opposite perspective, that people are worried about the desalination is going to affect the marine environment, and I concur with all that. But I'm also concerned that the desalination plant itself will be highly compromised. It's in the wrong place for dozens of reasons. The advent of this bloom and creating all these toxins in the water column should be the trigger for us to stop building this plant at Billy Lights Point and get Commonwealth Government commitment to double the money that the South Australian Government's committing to this plant and locate it out on open ocean waters on the west coast of the peninsula. And the best location, there's all sorts of locations, the best location from an engineer's perspective is near Elliston. Best location for marine considerations, best location for terrestrial locations, and it's at the midpoint of injecting the desalinated water into the water grid. It's got to support the whole of Eyre Peninsula, right up to Penong, right up to Port Augusta and beyond. Any desalination plant on Spencer Gulf, anywhere on Spencer Gulf, is too vulnerable and won't meet our requirements. It's a very impromptu response, and I'm sorry if it's
No, that's fine, Mr. Scott. This is what this session was about, was giving people the opportunity to feed in information that they thought perhaps the official witnesses hadn't given us. So thank you. Ms. Ruff.
Can I just add to Mr. Scott there, because you're correct, where they're planning to place this desalination plant at Billy Lights Point is actually at the saltiest possible location they could pick, yes, almost on Eyre Peninsula, but certainly in this region. Desalination costs, running costs, the amount of electricity you have to use is proportional to the amount of salt in the water which is coming in. So you're paying to take the salt out. So placing it on an ocean-exposed environment makes an awful lot of sense for the ongoing cost of that water.
Thank you.
And the clearing which has already taken place for this Billy Lights Point location is not completely null and void, because we have an issue with stormwater in Port Lincoln, so there is the potential to convert that site to process the stormwater and even further process the wastewater of Port Lincoln and utilise that back into non-drinking purposes of Port Lincoln. So we would be taking the pressure off that effluent going out and killing seagrasses, as well as supplementing the water supply for non-essential fresh water.
Thank you. Any questions from any of our senators? Okay. Thank you all very much for putting yourselves forward and giving us your perspectives today. I'm not sure if our Secretariat needs any more details from people. No. If you do wish to give us more information or to supplement what you've said, please put it in a written submission and we will accept it. There's a process to do that. There's an email address to send it to for our Secretariat to receive. So feel free to give us any corrections or any supplementary information that you seem fit. That's it for today here in Port Lincoln. I want to thank the local community for hosting us. Thanks to the Mayor for kicking us off today. And tomorrow we're going to be at Ardrossan, and on Friday we're going down to Victor Harbour. So we've still got a bit of work to do this week, and then we will be in Canberra questioning our federal departments and national organisations. So you'll hear lots from the Senate Committee over the next few weeks. Thank you very much to Hansard and the Secretariat, and we'll close this session. Thanks.